Okay, are we good to begin?
Just give me 1 second. I'm waiting for the live stream and then we're going to make our announcements and then we'll pass it over to you.
Beautiful, thanks.
No problem. Okay, the live stream is up. Sergeants, can you start your recordings, please? PC recording done.
File recording is rolling.
Thank you. Mr. Polite.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and welcome to the remote hearing on women and gender equity. For council members and staff, please turn on a video at this time. Thank you. To minimize disruptions, please place all cell phones, electronics to vibrate. To send testimony, please send it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that's testimony@council.nyc.gov. We are ready to begin.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, folks. I'm virtual and at home, so I have a makeshift gavel. I'd like to commence the meeting. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining the Committee on Women and Gender Equity for this very important oversight hearing on barriers to accessing survivor services in New York City, as well as a pre-considered resolution calling upon the New York State Legislature to pass and the governor to sign A8619A in the Assembly, Senate Bill 7573, which would expand eligibility for victims and survivors of crime to access victim compensation funds. And that's sponsored by Councilmember Mercedes Narcisse and myself. I'm Tiffany Kaman. My pronouns are she, her. And I want to start by thanking you all for being here today at our first hearing of this session. Today, we're going to be focusing on the needs of survivors of abuse and gender-based violence. We know that the imposing majority of people who survive this violence do not report as much to law enforcement. How many avoid interactions with police because of prior negative experiences, or because they don't want their assailant imprisoned, or because their immigration status is undocumented and they fear deportation, for example? We're going to attempt to find that out today. We know that for many, language access serves as a barrier. Are culturally competent, language proficient resources available? We're going to attempt to find that out today. We know that for many, technology access serves as a barrier. What if the person doesn't have a smartphone or Wi-Fi equipped laptop or tabloid necessary to register paperwork and personal information? We're going to attempt to find that out today. Are there still other barriers that we're unaware of? How pervasive are they? How many people encounter them? What are the consequences? What are the solutions? We're going to attempt to find the answers to all of these questions today. And what's clear is that the number of people who experience gender-based intimate partner and domestic violence dwarfs those who access victim and survivor services. And the ubiquity of these incidents is the point, right? In the past few years, a chorus of millions of voices have swelled up to proclaim that we will no longer tolerate endemic gender-based violence, harassment, and abuse. And the lesson of this surge of action is clear. Such stories, far from exceptional, are everywhere. We will have failed to learn that lesson if all that we accomplish is punishing a handful of high-profile men's abuses of power and violations of women. And so it's our duty to offer survivors the services that they need on a proactive basis, not just by removing barriers, but by making it common knowledge that there are effective, accessible, and confidential ways of obtaining legal advice, counseling, housing vouchers, money to change locks, or any of 100 other needs. We know that many survivors go without those services, and that this is especially true of those on the losing side of various hierarchies and double standards. Lower income survivors, survivors of color, undocumented survivors, unhoused survivors, disabled survivors, and more. And it's our duty to find out why and to take action on the basis of those findings. And so today we will be speaking with witnesses about the barriers to accessing survivor services. First, we will hear from the mayor's office to end gender-based and domestic violence, and then the public. And we would have, of course, loved for the administration to stay for the duration of the hearing and hear firsthand from the community. What factors within our control are getting in the way of connecting survivors with the services they need? What changes can we make to the city's law and practices to remove these impediments? Whatever our findings today, we already know that we will not be satisfied. We know that the answers we obtain to our questions will give rise to other related questions with other related answers. And these will generate subject material for future hearings and so forth. And so I'm excited to work with my colleagues to pursue all these lines of questioning in the pursuit of safe, healthy, equitable city we all want and deserve. And I want to extend particular thanks to Councilmember Narcisse for bringing this important resolution to council and for partnering with me on it. I would now like to acknowledge my colleagues who have joined us. Like I mentioned, Council Members Narcisse, also joined by Councilmember Riley, Richardson, Jordan, Brewer, Stevens, Gennaro, and Gutierrez. Now I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Narcisse, who will share remarks on the pre-considered resolution.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here to introducing that resolution with my colleague, Council Member Caban. Now we know less than 3% of all crimes victims in New York receive any victim compensation. It is our duty as elected officials serving these vulnerable citizens to remove any barriers impeding their access to relief. We must support all crime victims by guiding them and not impeding them on the road to healing, which is why myself and my partner, my colleague, Council Member Caban, that introducing the resolution calling upon the New York State Legislature to pass and the governor to sign A8619A S7573, which will expand eligibility for victims and survivors of crime to access victim compensation fund. It is unfortunate that we have to go through this. Unfortunately, this is yet another segment of our criminal justice system where social inequities rear its ugly head. Reports show that members of the LGBTQIA+ community fear of making reports to the police, with many stating they in turn are abused during the crime reporting process. This is ridiculous, compounding their victimization. Immigrants like myself often decline to report crimes because of fear of deportation or losing their pathways to citizenship. While I understand this hearing today is primarily focused on the important issue of gender-based crimes, please allow me to also highlight the intolerable fact that Blacks and Latinos, mostly men, comprise over 95% of our city's shooting victims. Black men are more likely to be criminally victimized than any group and are overwhelmingly the leading victims of gun violence, accounting for 75% of our city's shooting victims. However, are the least likely to receive victim compensation. Now, if gun violence is a public health crisis, as it seems everyone likes to say it these days, as a nurse, I can assure you that to fix a health crisis, yes, sometimes you do not need diagnostic care, but without preventive care, which I focus tremendously, health crisis will surely fester and grow, and many of our communities will continue to be torn apart by this ever-growing public health crisis. We should thrive for justice for all and to achieve that. But often, unkept promise of our legal system, we must endeavor to foster healing for all survivors and crime victims' family by providing them with an encumbered pathway to the resources that will allow them to heal and repair after they experience violence. This is ridiculous still. We also owe it to them to help ensure that a similar crime does not occur again. As an elected body, I will ensure you that a similar crime does not occur again. That's what we're here for. As an elected body, it is my hope that we work to create a corrections system that is rehabilitative for the offender and does not perpetuate a cycle of recidivism. This is the preventive care our city needs the most. And as a nurse, I'm going to continue pushing and work collaboratively with my colleagues to make sure we have the inequities that we need in our city. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for your leadership on this issue. Now I am going to turn it over to the moderator, who will review some procedural items relating to today's hearing and call the first panel.
Thank you, Chair Caban. My name is Chloe Rivera, and I serve as Senior Policy Analyst to the Committee on Women and Gender Equity at the New York City Council. I will be moderating today's hearing and calling on panelists to testify. Before we begin, please remember that everyone will be on mute until I call on you to testify. After you are called on, you will be unmuted by a member of our staff. Note that there will be a few second delay before you are unmuted and we can hear you. For public testimony, I will call up individuals in panels. Please listen for your name. I will periodically announce the next few panelists. Once I call your name, a member of our staff will unmute you. The Sergeant at Arms will set a clock and give you the go-ahead to begin your testimony. All public testimony will be limited to 3 minutes. After I call your name, please wait for the Sergeant at Arms to announce that you may begin before starting your testimony. For today's hearing, the first panel will include representatives from the Mayor's Office to End Domestic and Gender-Based Violence, or NGBV, followed by council member questions, then public testimony. For NGBV, we will have Commissioner Cecile Noel, and available for questions and answers, we will have Elizabeth Dank, Deputy Commissioner and General Counsel to NGBV. I will now administer the oath to the administration. When you hear your name, please respond once a member of our staff unmutes you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Noel?
Yes.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Dank?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Noel, you may begin presenting your testimony when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Caban. Can everyone hear me fine? Yes? Okay.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Caban and members of the Committee on Women and Gender Equity. I am Cecile Noel, Commissioner of the Mayor's Office to End Domestic and Gender-Based Violence, or NGBV. I am joined by First Deputy Commissioner and General Counsel Elizabeth Dank. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about access to services for survivors of domestic and gender-based violence in New York City. NGBV partners with numerous city agencies and over 100 not-for-profit providers and community stakeholders to implement innovative initiatives, including the Family Justice Centers. Directly manages a contract portfolio of prevention and intervention programming. We build capacity for agency staff and community members to identify and respond to domestic and gender-based violence through outreach, training. We develop policies and best practices to strengthen the city's approaches to these issues. We collaborate with city agencies and community stakeholders to reduce barriers and to ensure access to inclusive services for survivors of domestic and gender-based violence, including intimate partner violence, family violence, sexual violence, stalking, human trafficking, and other forms of GBV. New York City has a vast network of community-based services and agency programming for survivors of domestic and gender-based violence. In addition to the services operated by NGBV, which I will discuss some of those in a moment, we work collaboratively with our sister agencies on the implementation of their domestic and gender-based violence programs, such as the Department of Social Services, Human Resources Administration, in relation to the domestic violence shelters and housing programs for survivors, and the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, Office of Crime Victim Support, in relation to the domestic violence hotline, supervised visitation, and programming for people who cause harm. This close collaboration is key to supporting NGBV in its mission to coordinate the city's response to domestic and gender-based violence across city agencies. The New York City Family Justice Centers, or FJCs, use a unique model that places government agencies and not-for-profit partners side by side to support survivors and their children in one location. Through multidisciplinary services and resources, the FJCs are located in each borough and deliver services through over 40 nonprofit partners. NGBV staff oversees the FJC operation and have an administrative team on site at each FJC. Services include civil legal, criminal legal advocacy, case management, mental health counseling, on-site childcare, and therapeutic children's services, housing and economic assistance, practical supports, and additional supportive programming. The FJCs are free and confidential, and all are welcome, regardless of the language spoken, income, gender identity, or immigration status. Interpretation services are available on site at every FJC, and all locations are wheelchair accessible. FJCs are grounded in trauma-informed, client-centered principles. Clients are presented with accurate information about all possible service options and are empowered to make their own choices regarding the services they would like to receive. Even though the FJCs are co-located with criminal legal agency partners, engaging with the criminal legal system is completely optional and up to the client. The FJCs have on-site partnerships with community-based organizations that specialize in working with survivors who have been impacted by the criminal legal system, based on their survivorship, which is often referred to as criminalized survivors. Those providers, Rising Grounds, Steps to End Family Violence, and the Women Prison Association offer case management, advocacy, and supportive services to criminalized survivors seeking services through the FJC. In addition to efforts to ensure survivors know they do not need to engage with the criminal legal system to access services, NGBV works with our on-site and off-site partners to hold criminal legal systems accountable to survivors who are engaged with that system, to identify and address ways to improve that engagement. In 2021, the FJCs had over 42,000 client visits, which included over 9,000 new clients. In 2018, NGBV launched the NYC Hope website. NYC Hope provides educational materials and comprehensive information on services available to survivors. The NYC Hope Resource Directory includes information about nonprofit service providers based in communities that work with survivors in all 5 boroughs. In 2021, the NYC Hope website had over 50,100 visits, an average of 137 per day, and over 18,200 new visitors. That's an average of 50 per day. NGBV is dedicated to implementing and enhancing efforts with young people, prevention efforts with young people. Through NGBV's Early Relationship Abuse Prevention Program, or Early RAP, the city's contracted providers, Day One, Rising Grounds, Steps to End Family Violence, and the Urban Resource Institute conducted workshops and trainings for young people, providing over 2,583 workshops to youth across 102 Department of Education middle schools in 36 different city council districts. We are also committed to expanding our prevention efforts, as we were excited to launch a new initiative last year focused on elementary aged youth through a partnership with the Mayor's Fund and supported by the Jerome A. Chazen Fund to address domestic violence. The ABCs of Healthy Relationships project includes student toolkits and guides for adults working with or caring for children in grades K through 5 to help them build the foundational skills necessary to develop healthy relationships, first with their friends and later with their intimate partners. The ABC's materials are available online through NGBV's website and the DOE's Parent University portal. NGBV also has a training team that provides tailored trainings on topics across the spectrum of domestic and gender-based violence to city agencies and service providers. The trainings are designed to support organizations in effectively identifying and responding to clients experiencing domestic and gender-based violence. And the team works with organizations to review and enhance current policies and protocols. A foundational goal of the training program is to expand survivors' access to services at the FJC and in communities. NGBV's programs are data informed and based on best practices and promising models in the field of domestic and gender-based violence. We work closely with nonprofit partners, community stakeholders, local and national experts, government agencies, consultants, academic institutions, and other private partners to research, design, and develop new and innovative programs to respond to domestic and gender-based violence in New York City. We regularly implement robust evaluations to study the implementation and outcomes of our programs and use the information to refine and enhance service delivery. NGBV regularly facilitates working groups and convenings with diverse stakeholders on topics related to programming for people who cause harm, criminalized survivors, housing, immigration legal, healthcare, responses to domestic and gender-based violence, and responses to strangulation and intimate partner violence and human trafficking. We use the discussions and analysis in these groups to inform best practices, policy development, program implementation, as well as create a learning community to enhance coordinated and consistent approaches to domestic and gender-based violence. NGBV also facilitates the Voices Committee, which is a survivor-led group that works to inform policies and programs at NGBV and the FJCs, raise awareness about NGBV and domestic and gender-based violence in the community while building a network and developing their own leadership skills. The Voices Committee provides ongoing feedback to NGBV to ensure our work is accountable to survivors and informed by their voices and experiences. In 2021, NGBV also launched an advisory council to provide feedback and guidance on the development and implementation of NGBV's programs, policies, and/or campaigns, as well as the ways to strengthen the city's approach to domestic and gender-based violence. The impact COVID-19 has put into sharp focus the vulnerabilities that many people in our city face every day, especially domestic and gender-based violence survivors, and highlighted the barriers and challenges that we know keep people from seeking help and finding safety. During the COVID-19 pandemic, our top priority has been to ensure the continuity of services, access to resources, and unwavering support to survivors. The FJCs and nonprofit service providers utilized creative engagement approaches that were developed with survivors and grounded in safety and minimizing risk. We were encouraged to see that new clients were able to identify resources and reach out safely for assistance. NGBV continued to conduct the FJC satisfaction surveys during the pandemic, and those surveys revealed that 94% of respondents would recommend the FJC to others. In June of 2020, to address the increase in emergency needs of survivors due to the huge economic impact of COVID, NGBV launched the city's first financial relief program for survivors, incorporating best practices from other successful flexible spending models across the country and building upon existing city investments for domestic and gender-based violence survivors. The program provided 377 clients with grants that averaged more than $1,200. The program dispersed over $468,750. Now we are beginning to move past the immediate impact of COVID-19, and we will begin to explore the longer-term impacts of the pandemic on survivors. We know that switching to remote operations has inspired NGBV and our providers to think creatively and innovatively about how to reach survivors and deliver services in new ways. We already know that there are some great lessons to be learned from this experience that will enhance some of the ways in which we provide services. We also recognize that it is essential to continue to integrate new methods of service deliveries. And as we do so, it will be critical to enhance survivor access to mobile devices and the internet. NGBV, in partnership with the Mayor's Fund to Advance the City of New York, has developed a new public-private partnership to support survivors and minimize the digital divide they have experienced. Through a new initiative with T-Mobile, NGBV is distributing 1,000 mobile devices to survivors seeking services through the FJC and through our nonprofit community providers. In addition to receiving a free mobile device, survivors also have the option to access discounted mobile plans through T-Mobile. We look forward to continuing to collaborate with the Council, our sister agencies, and most importantly, our community partners who have gone to extraordinary lengths to support survivors during the pandemic. Thank you for the opportunity to appear here today, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. Okay. Just going to ask for one moment of your patience and I'll be right with you. I just want to take a second to acknowledge some more council members who have joined us, Councilmember Mealy and Aviles. Okay. So inclusive of NGBV and the FGCs, what is the full scope of city resources, programming, and services available to survivors and victims of domestic and gender-based violence? Yeah.
Again, good afternoon again to all the council members. I think it is really important to recognize that NGBV or that domestic and gender-based violence crosses many areas across our city. And NGBV has a portfolio of services, but there are other services that exist outside of the NGB portfolio. And they are run by other agencies. We do our very best to try and inform that programming, but those programs are run by the agencies. I'll give you an example. Again, the shelter system, which is a huge component and provides a necessary service for survivors of domestic and gender-based violence, is run by DSS HRA. And that system is one that we definitely work with them and collaborate on, but they are responsible for operating it.
And is there a website or resource that pulls all of the resources available to survivors? So from all agencies, not limited to your own?
There is not one. Our NYC Hope website provides community-based organizations and providers and many city agencies as well that provide those services.
And when you say that you inform the services that might be housed or provided by other agencies, practically speaking, what does that look like?
We collaborate with them. So again, using DSS as an example, we often talk with them about the challenges that providers are telling us about the shelter system, collaborate on how we can improve that, ways of thinking outside of the box. Again, holding survivors' experiences at the center of that. We want to do that. For instance, MOCJ also has the domestic violence hotline contract. How can we improve that service? How can we collaborate, understanding that there's a need that does this, and how do we do that? So.
And across services, what are the eligibility requirements for access?
For the FJCs, the only thing that one has to be is a survivor of domestic and gender-based violence. And
inclusive of FJC clients, how many New Yorkers access survivors resources annually over the past 3 years?
Over the past, I can tell you that over the last year in 2021, the FJC saw over 42,000 client visits. Every system has their own data collection process, and one would have to ask that system about it. But for us and for NGBV, which is the FJC is what we oversee and manage, there were 42,000 client visits in 2021.
Thank you. And you mentioned that the only requirement for the FJC is that you are a survivor. Are New Yorkers ever denied access to survivor resources and services due to eligibility requirements, despite that being the case in the FJC? And then the second part of that question is that ever the case outside of FJCs?
I can speak to FJC services. And for FJCs, our goal here, is to really make sure that we're meeting the client where they are. We provide services to survivors of domestic and gender-based violence, but we completely recognize very much that our services might not be appropriate to everyone or might not be for everyone. So our goal in meeting clients where they are is to, one, identify what their needs are, figure out if the FJC is the most appropriate source for them to have their needs met. And if it is not, to connect them in every way possible to community resources that can actually meet their needs.
And so in terms of cases where there's a determination made that it's not the FJC is not the appropriate venue to receive services, what are the reasons behind it?
It could be client choice, that they choose that they want to get services within a community, with a community-based provider closer to home because that makes sense for them and their family and for their needs. It might not be the right complement of services that they're looking for. Some survivors come to us and take some of our services and choose to receive others in the community. It is really centered around what's best for this client in this way. And so we are in every way trying to connect and meet the client where they are.
And so at what rate are potential clients that come into contact with the FJC finding that that is not the venue or space where their needs are being met?
I don't think we can provide the rate, but I do think that we can say collectively that if 42,000 client visits over the year, now is a substantial number of clients receiving service from us. And connecting those clients who feel that they would like to explore other options is our goal. That's what we're doing on the other side. And it provides a significant service for those who choose to stay with us.
And can you provide a breakdown of cost by undelivered service type? So as examples like shelter, counseling, et cetera.
Those services by type of service. We
Yes.
don't have that breakout with us, but we can certainly look into that and get back to you. Are you saying across city agencies or just for the FJC?
For both, but it's okay if you're
okay,
prepared.
but we can look at that and get back to you with that.
Thank you. Thank you. And can you describe how the FJC tracks clients?
The FJC has a tracking database that we use, all right? Clients come into the FJC and they're screened first to make sure, again, that you understand the FJC, understand the complement of services, and if this is not the place that's most suited to your needs, we will connect you at that point, at the point of screening, to other sources and resources in the community. Once that's established, we have a basic database that collects demographics. Clients are asked and must consent to having their information in our database. And some clients don't necessarily want that. So our database at any given point may not contain the demographic information of all of the clients who come into the FJC because they must give consent. That database is controlled by DoIT, and it's an online database that we use.
And how often do folks opt out of providing information to contribute to the data you're collecting?
We can look at that, but the numbers are not that high generally, but we can certainly get back to you with that information.
Thank you. And does involvement with the criminal legal system impact a survivor's eligibility or ability to access any of those services? So if they, like, for example, if they have an open criminal case?
No, it does not affect their eligibility. As I said before, we try to meet survivors where they are and connect them wherever possible to the services that they need. We also recognize that abusers can use the criminal legal system as a tool against survivors. And so we have seen in our experience that we've seen survivors come in, provide them services, and then there's an order of protection against them. We continue to provide that survivor services because we know that abusers or those who cause harm can use other systems as tools against survivors.
And do you know how many criminal court defendants or folks with open cases are served by the FJCs annually?
No, I do not have that information here, but we can certainly look to providing you with that information.
And can you describe the FJC's relationship with the co-located DA's offices? So, for example, how would a survivor who might be uncomfortable being around law enforcement or the DA's office be served, and how would such a survivor be made aware of other options?
I think it's important to understand the layout of our FJCs. First and foremost, we have 5 FJCs in there, and there's 1 in each borough. We, in 4 of our buildings, we are managed by DCAS. They're DCAS-owned buildings, city-owned buildings, and they manage that space. There's 1 building in Brooklyn that's a leased building. 2 of our facilities in Staten Island and Queens are not co-locate, are street-level facilities that are standalone facilities where one can enter, and it is a standalone building. In the other 3 locations, we are located in high-rise buildings that also house the district attorney's offices. Our offices are separate and distinct from the district attorney's offices. We understand, we absolutely understand that co-location in these spaces can be a chilling effect for survivors. And we have explored in every way possible ways of making survivors feel more comfortable accessing our services in that space. For example, we have had providers reach out to us expressing the fears of their client, where we've met them downstairs, met them in person, ushered them in, welcomed them to the Family Justice Center, and at every juncture have them understand that we are separate from that system, and they do not have to engage with the criminal legal system. We've done that. We message that on the phone in every way that we can, so that we can be, so that clients coming into our space, survivors coming into our space who may feel trepidation, fear about that, we can manage it in those ways. We are also actively working with our criminal legal partners to think about their services and how they can be more welcoming to individuals who might not feel as comfortable as others in coming into that space, and what that takes to do it, and how we're using survivors' voices to inform their practice. But we, again, will connect survivors to community resources if that's a better answer for them. But we will go above and beyond to actually make that space as welcoming as we can and protective for those who are coming in. And what we have found is that even those clients who express fear and trepidation after the first time will come back time and time again to receive services.
Thank you. And can you describe how FJCs utilize restorative justice practices to meet the needs of survivors and whether they are effective addressing those needs?
We do use restorative justice practices and have been using them, especially around our programming, our recently launched programming with individuals who are causing harm. We engage with a consultant in a year-long process to develop really a paper about how we can, in fact, in moving in this direction, use restorative justice practices to create change in individuals who are causing harm. And that's part of the programming that we are now rolling out in community with city-led, with city contracts and partners in addressing how we can do that programming for for folks causing harm.
And in addition to some of the restorative justice practices that y'all incorporate, which just for context for other folks, addresses the specific conflict between a survivor or victim and an offender or somebody who has caused harm. Transformative justice is a model that strives to use the conflict as an opportunity to address larger socio-political injustices. And so if it's applicable at all, can you describe the ways in which the city utilizes additionally utilizes a transformative justice approach?
In developing the curriculum that we're using in our programming with those causing harm, we take a look at the overall trajectory or the overall spectrum of institutional harm, long harms that have been caused, historical harms that have been caused primarily to marginalized populations, people of color, and considering how those harms are still being operationalized today, managed today, and again, recognizing for the folks who are participating in our programming there, that these are real issues that we want to talk about in this space as we begin to address their individual behaviors that are also causing harm.
Thank you. And how can city council help in, how can our council help in achieving transformative justice reform?
We can, in the space of domestic and gender-based violence, we look forward to partnering with you to really looking at communities and historical harm in communities, putting that in context of how we can help survivors achieve safety, understanding that within their community, and connecting folks to services, actually acknowledge some of those harms, as well as delivering services that are client-centered and trauma-informed, and moving survivors forward, as well as those who caused harm, addressing that as well.
Thank you. And Chloe, if there are any present council members that want to ask questions as well.
Yes, I would like to remind council members that you may use the raise hand function in Zoom, and you will be called on in the order of hands raised if you have questions for the administration. At this time, I see council members Riley, Narcisse, Aviles, Brewer, and Brewer, and we will go in that order. Councilmember, please remember to keep your question and answers to 5 minutes. The Sergeant at Arms will maintain a clock, and a member of our staff will unmute you. You may begin after I call on you and the Sergeant gives you the cue. We will now hear questions from Councilmember Riley.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Sergeant, and thank you, Chair Caban. Thank you, the administration, for presenting. I don't know if this is the proper platform to ask this question, but I just wanted to address it because I had a meeting with this group today that was addressing human trafficking. So just wanted to kind of speak on what resources that the administration has to address human trafficking. I think it was alarming because a few weeks ago, after I was speaking to this group, there was a young lady who was trying to take uh, a Lyft cab, and was very scared because the Lyft driver was driving very slow. And then a white van pulled up and she had to run out the car. And it was just a scary situation. So just wanted to ask, is there any resources or what are we doing to address the human trafficking that's happening within our city?
Thank you for that question. And yes, human trafficking is a serious issue in our city and nationwide as well. Our office works with providers in this space, community-based providers in this space, to really consider access to services. How do we ensure that survivors know and have access to services? What are the services that are available? On our NYC Hope website, there are resources there listed for folks who are experiencing trafficking that they can call. There's a specialized trafficking resource out of Gouverneur, which is a resource for folks who have been trafficked, where they can actually receive not only healthcare, but services and immigration services and legal services. We in our family justice centers also see trafficking survivors. We provide services, we provide civil legal services and counseling and connection to services for those who have been trafficked.
Thank you, Commissioner. And is there any preventative services you provide with like signs of trafficking to families? Because another thing that was brought to me in this meeting today is that even with the younger kids, they're actually using kids their age to help them traffic. So is there any like signs, or what can we do as administration? Is there more funding that we need to provide these CBOs to kind of get them to, educate our parents and our community about what's going on?
Absolutely right that this is a significant issue, particularly for young people. We worked with the Department of Education in 2021 to actually implement a trafficking training for students and for teachers. We can happily share some of those trafficking resources that are out there that are available for parents to download and take a look at some of the signs which are out there. And many of our providers in the community also do that kind of work. And so, council member, if you would love to host a forum, we would be happy to come and talk about trafficking so that we can see the signs and provide resources as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Riley. Next, we will hear from Councilmember Narcisse.
Starting time.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you again. I'm not sure if anyone can answer that question for me or the commissioner. Not sure if there is a law on this possible question. Is the NYPD mandated to offer information to crime victims, families on available compensation? What's available to them?
I know that the NYPD and the DVPO officers offer information when they are going out on home visits to survivors. Whether it is mandated or not, we can certainly follow up and get back to you. But NYPD DVPOs, the domestic violence police officers, provide information when they do their follow-up visits about community resources, about our family justice centers. They truly offer a wealth of information.
Thank you.
Chloe, before we move on, can I just jump in with a few law enforcement related questions to piggyback on Councilmember
Yes, of
Narcisse?
course.
All right, thank you. Okay, so can you describe more generally if and how exactly how NGBV partners or works with law enforcement and the NYPD in particular?
We partner with several law enforcement agencies. Definitely the Department of Probation and Correction. We work with MOCJ. We work with many agencies who live in that sphere. We work with the sheriff because we understand that domestic and gender-based violence crosses into many of these spheres as well. And how we work with them is we do lots of training. We collaborate with them on policies and that they're rolling out, on programming, making sure that we are keeping survivors at the center of that conversation and policy, to make sure that we're doing the best job that we can to ensure that when they're rolling out policies and the like, that it truly is informed by survivors' experiences, and it's coordinated across city agencies, which is always a challenge in a big city. But we do our very best to make sure that we're aware of policies that PD is rolling out, and we can think about that and work with them. And we do a lot of training with the agencies that I've just named.
Thank you. And victims and survivors, obviously, and you mentioned this earlier, don't always report DV or GBV to law enforcement for a variety of reasons. Beyond NYPD radio runs, does the city have any other way to capture the full scope of DV and GBV across the five boroughs?
That's the primary metric that we use in terms of the number across all 5 boroughs would be the runs. Yes.
Okay. And very often LGBTQ plus survivors are arrested along with or instead of the person causing harm. How can the city do better to not further traumatize survivors and victims when they are at their most vulnerable?
We are working with NYPD to really improve the training that's done there, to really recognize how we can support survivors more. We are currently working on a system of trying to think about how we can engage NYPD, particularly patrol, around their response to these incidents and how we can make sure that the situation that you just named is unlikely to occur.
And then my last question related to this is, other than cooperating with law enforcement, how can undocumented survivors wary of being detained or deported get assistance with immigration proceedings through the U visa process?
They can come into our family justice centers. They can clearly do that. We can connect them to community-based providers who can help them through the TNU visa process. That is a challenging process, and we work with survivors on it every day.
But are those survivors ineligible for adjustment of status through a U visa application if they decide not to report to law enforcement or cooperate in a law enforcement investigation?
I think a lot of that can be, generally the DA set the policies around the U and T visa process. We have seen in our work and collaboration that we have been able to work with the DAs around difficult cases where we can have that status adjusted, sometimes without some of that heavy law enforcement involvement.
Thank you. And I apologize. I have one more question on this area. We know from the National Center for Women in Policing and books like Police Wife, The Secret Epidemic of Police Domestic Violence, that those in the law enforcement profession are at least 2 to 4 times more likely to abuse their intimate partner than the average American family. And furthermore, we know that the uniquely difficult barrier spouses of and partners of law enforcement face in accessing care. So knowing this, my question for you is NGBV aware of this, and is there programming that specifically addresses this reality? And then finally, do you track the number of survivors that you support that identify as law enforcement as the harming party?
So we do not track those who identify as law enforcement parties. But we are working with NYPD to look at their process for having survivors within their system come forward and feel supported. In fact, we just passed, or in the last administration passed, EO 85, which is an executive order for all city agencies to appoint a liaison that would be there to help survivors not only come forward, but connect with services outside of their agency through the Family Justice Center or any system that they choose. But what it does do is ensure that survivors, that training is happening on the ground in the agency, and that too survivors can feel that they can come forward and feel supported in reporting and finding resources. And we are at the implementation stage of EO 85.
So what I'm hearing in your answer is specifically that there are efforts to reach survivors in the who are actively employed in the law enforcement community, but more specifically, my question is about programming that reaches out to addresses survivors whose partner or who is being harmed, the party that is doing the harming is a member of the law enforcement community.
And specific programming to address that, no, but what we know is as we train more, as we do more training with not only NYPD, but across the city agencies and with city employees, we will also begin to have identification and of abusive partners, and we will have programming that we can refer these partners to as well, which is our programming around individuals causing harm.
And I'll turn, oh, go ahead. Go ahead, sorry.
No, that's fine, thank you.
And I'll just turn it back to my colleagues. I know there's a few members ready to ask their questions.
Yes. We will now hear questions from council members Aviles, Brewer, and Stevens. The Sergeant at Arms will maintain a clock and we'll call on you when you're ready. Next, we will hear from Councilmember Aviles.
Starting time.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Chair Caban, for hosting this hearing today. I had some questions in regards to the ecosystem of organizations that, you know, support survivors of harm across the city. I heard a lot about how robust FJC has been in terms of, you know, having, was it serving 42,000 New Yorkers. I would like to hear a little bit more about and also how much referrals are done to community-based organization. We know a healthy ecosystem is robust organizations at every level. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about how many community-based service providers are working with FJC. I'd love to learn a little bit more also about the funding mechanism. What percentage of the funding actually goes to support those on the ground organizations, right? Organizations that are within communities that are culturally competent, that host those kinds of like direct services with communities. And would love to hear a little bit more about, in terms of those referrals to the community-based kinds of services, what are the services the referrals are based on? I felt like I said a lot of referral there, so excuse me.
You did, but I'm going to try to tackle those one at a time. So first, I want to say that NGBV on a whole has a robust portfolio of partners in this work, over 100 community-based organizations that work with us throughout the city in all the boroughs. FJCs on average have about 40 community partners who work on site. Some of them work one day, some work 5 days. You know, these are partners who are doing the work with us every day. And so on average, it's about 40. A lot of them are based within that borough. So in Queens, you're going to have a lot of organizations whose main office is based in Queens, and they are outposting staff to the Family Justice Center. We work in kind. They often are our community-based organizations are in fact the case managers on site. They are following that client through the Family Justice Center, connecting that that survivor and family to the services that they need in the space, but they're also connecting the survivor and children to services outside of the space if that's what's needed. And that's how our model looks. And so in terms of the resources that we bring there, we offer space that providers can use. They come in, they have offices and space and everything that they need, and in turn, they give us the services in kind. They provide the case management and all of those services in kind. And so, was there another part to your question? So I offer a number of community-based providers, FJCs, and how we relate, how that community referral pathway goes. And also I want to say we have providers who are not co-located in our space, sending us referrals when appropriate as well, sending survivors to the Family Justice Center, walking survivors into the Family Justice Center because they may have trepidation or may have some fear, walking them in, handing them off to us. So it truly is a warm handoff both ways. It's a warm handoff back into community, but it's also a warm handoff from community to us when it's appropriate.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Could you tell me a little bit about, in terms of the funding, in terms of how much of the kind of entire funding pot is distributed to more kind of localized community-based partners as opposed to maybe the larger agencies like the larger FJC, and how it subgrants to smaller community-based partners?
I think one has to look at the individual funding pots. We are funded like any other city agencies, funded through OMB to provide a definite service that we have, and it's through our FJCs. Many of our partner agencies apply for federal funding pots or state funding pots that we cannot apply for as a government, and they receive funding that way. They then will either decide to do that program in community, and some of them partner with us and say, you know what, we've gotten this funding. What we want to do is put a service in at the Family Justice Center and really do some work out of there while also connecting to our community program. So it really is a partnership on many, many levels. We can't apply for some of those funding pots. We often aren't able to apply for private grants and other things that community partners can. Our funding comes directly through OMB, and it supports the Family Justice Centers.
Thank you. We will now hear from Councilmember Brewer.
Starting time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have 4 quick questions. You're doing great, madam. I know what it's like. First of all, I know that in some cases, at least at St. Luke's and Roosevelt, there are volunteers when there is a victim who will go to the hospital, because with all due respect, sometimes the doctors are not the most supportive of DV. So I want to know if that's a citywide program. Should it be? Is it effective? Number 1. Number 2, the order of protection. It's a challenge to get it, challenge that it's enforced. And I'm just was wondering if there's any ideas that you have. Is it working well, or is it just my wrong impression that it needs help, even though it's not an easy task? Number 3 is, I believe there are 24-hour, no, that's the problem. There are individuals at precincts who focus on DV, but they're not 24-hour, and that's one of the problems, or maybe that's been changed. And finally, the biggest challenge of all is housing for individuals that is not in the shelters. There's just never enough. So I just wonder if you had any statistics on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's start. I have hospitals. Hospitals. We have a working group right now working with HHC facilities and others to think about best practices for survivors who are coming through their doors and how can we make that response better and much more robust. And so that's a working group that we have going on right now. We look to have recommendations come out of that will not only be for H&H facilities, but we hope for every hospital in the city, so that our response to survivors can be stronger and consistent across the board. Orders of protection. Orders of protection are a tool, just like any other tool in a tool bag. Right? For some survivors, this works, and for others, it's a challenge. We understand, I understand. There was a time where it was really very difficult, I think, in this country, in the city, nationally, to be able to even get a police officer to respond to a survivor. I think we've come a long way, and this is one tool among many. It is not always the right answer for every survivor for a lot of different reasons. And we now respect that and understand that. But it definitely, for those who need that response, it is an effective tool. You said individuals.
It's the
precinct. And that's CVAP, and that's a contract that the city has to really put advocates in the precinct to better respond. I think there's a whole analysis underway looking at the CVAP program, thinking about how we can strengthen that program. And that's certainly a consideration as we move forward, to think about how to make that program that's operating right now stronger and more effective. And that's certainly one consideration. And finally, housing. Housing is often the single biggest barrier to having survivors have long-term safety and stability. And we know that it's not only a challenge for us, it's a challenge across the city, with a city that is pressed in terms of housing and also pressed in terms of cost. And so having the two marry, both availability of housing and something that one can afford, is really a challenge for survivors and many other populations across the city. What we have found, and what we are very, very excited about for the first time ever, is the Section 8 vouchers that have come into the city. And it's the first time ever that there's been a designation for survivors in community. It's always been the only way to access those vouchers was from shelter. There's actually an allocation that was made to ensure that survivors fleeing domestic violence can actually have access to these Section 8 vouchers for the very first time. So that's a major accomplishment, both on the side of the city and recognizing that survivors, if they can find safety without going into shelter, then we should be making that avenue available. And for those in shelter, that's great, they can have that as well. And again, the other housing options that are out there continue to be there. There's some supportive housing, there's FEPS, there's city FEPS, but now they also have Section 8, which we are a big part of supporting and processing those applications through the family justice centers.
How many do you have available, or is it sort of when necessary they're there? How many estimates?
There was an allocation that was made to us, and we can get back to you with the exact number.
Okay, because I just want to know if because what happens is nobody's going to leave the home if they don't have something to go to that is appropriate. So you're gonna, it's like a catch-22. So that's what I want to make sure happens. If that number would be helpful, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. We will now hear from Councilmember Stevens.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, Commissioner, and Moderator. You guys are doing a great job. I have one very specific question, then I have more of a general question. So I have a constituent that I've been working with who was sex trafficked when she was much younger, and was part of that. She was forced to marry several men along her way, and she's been having tremendous legal issues of just trying to get support and get anyone to support her through this process. And so I know we're talking about survivors and things like that, but what are some of the benefits, things that we have in place for people who are survivors long-term? Because, we've been getting a lot of runaround around legal services and things like that. And then my other more general question is around The Office of Crime Victim Services, they have an annual report. Do you have access to the 2021 report? And if so, can you send that to council?
We can certainly look for your last question at the report and see if we can get that to you. I can't answer that question now without sort of going back and huddling with my team, but if we have access and available, I'm sure that we can try and send that to you. Now on the first question of the client that you've been working with, it's important to recognize that the FJC has a whole complement of services that can help trafficking victims. Not only can we help address some of the immediate crisis of housing and shelter and all of the other things like that, we can also do some long-term work. We have mental health staff there that can provide long-term counseling and support. We can help with benefits. We can help with getting someone connected to public assistance if that's what they need. We can help with the housing application. We can navigate some of those legal issues. I would say that the person that you're working with, have they come to an FJC? Is that an appropriate model? I can have someone reach out to you and talk with you about would your constituent be comfortable coming in? If not, we can make connections in the community. But there's a lot of long-term services, long-term work that we do with survivors over the long haul, just to ensure we know that these issues are really complex and they are really deep. And the answers are not as simple for every case. But what we want to ensure that we're doing is recognizing some of the immediate needs and addressing them, and then making sure that for the long-term issues, we're connecting them to appropriate resources. Does that,
Yeah, sorry, I accidentally muted myself again. That was helpful. Just my other question too is around, I believe Alexa was already asking some of these, but like, how are we working with like cultural institutions to really support some of this work? Because I'm finding too that the cultural response sometimes isn't appropriate, right? And so each culture, each group, they react in situations differently. What are some of the services around does your office offer to support that piece?
We have a lot of cultural organizations in the city. We do a lot of training, which I mentioned in my testimony. We have a training team where we go out and we really work with smaller orgs to really recognize how to identify domestic and gender-based violence survivors, how to help them access services, how to work in a trauma-informed way. Lots of people care, but are they?
I'm sorry, not to cut you off because I know my time is running out, but my question is more around like, are you working with folks who are actually training your people around cultural and how to be culturally appropriate? Because it's okay that obviously you will go out to do trainings with folks, but how are you training folks to be able to respond culturally appropriate?
We work with providers who are from that community often, who are also domestic and gender-based orgs, who understand the culture and understand some of the nuances of that culture. And we train together to ensure that, one, the message is heard, right, in a culturally appropriate way, as well as ensuring that the services are delivered in ways that are consistent with our understanding of the dynamics of domestic and gender-based violence. And so our partners in that work, in the space that you're talking about, are the many orgs who work in that community, who also work with domestic and gender-based violence survivors.
And Councilmember Stevens, I'm happy to extend your time if you have additional questions.
No, I'll come back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to follow up on some of Councilmember Stevens' questions, starting with a couple of questions around legal services, and then going back to some of the questions around cultural competency, but more specifically, broadly, the demographics that are being served. So on legal services, what kinds of legal services are clients seeking?
Many of our clients are seeking civil legal service. That's family law, matrimonial, eviction services. Those are really big ones for us.
And are there other services, like legal services, that our clients are seeking in addition to the big ones that you mentioned?
Immigration as well. They are seeking immigration. And those are primarily the big drawers of legal services for us.
And are their needs being met at the FJCs?
With our partner agencies, yes, we connect them, we work with them through the FJCs, and we work with them in community. So yes.
And do clients have an opportunity to access and maintain vertical representation once they are pursuing some sort of legal support with an attorney?
What's important here is that the district attorneys decide about vertical representation. What we are clear about is our ability to meet the survivor, who can be the complainant or the witness, and making sure that they are accessing the services we have or connecting them to services within the community. Every DA has their own vertical prosecution piece.
And do you find that clients request consistency or vertical representation from the beginning and end to whatever issue it is that they're trying to resolve?
I think that varies by client. I think it varies by borough. And it varies by the situation that they're in and what makes the most sense for them and their lives and the outcomes that they want to see.
And just for the folks who in the hearing who might not know, vertical representation is the ability to have the same lawyer representing you from beginning to the end of a legal process, rather than having multiple lawyers throughout that process or having your lawyer change throughout that process. What is the follow-up tracking process or the tracking process to ensure each client is navigating the system appropriately and with support? I know that you mentioned it varies by client and borough, but is there a little more detail that you can provide in terms of what usual or best practices are?
Every client that comes into an FJC is first screened, and then they're assigned to a case manager. And with that case manager, in a trauma-informed, client-centered way, that client is explained all the services available and then selects the services that they would like to engage in. The case manager then is responsible for ensuring that the client really accesses those services. The case manager becomes a point of contact for the client around the services and ensures that that the services that were identified were actually delivered, monitors the outcomes. That's the point of a case manager in our process.
And I want to zoom back a little bit and talk some about the demographics. So according to the three most recent annual reports on DV initiatives and indicators and factors, the number of clients utilizing FJC's most popular services, including safety planning, civil legal services, and criminal legal system services, have virtually halved between 2019 and 2021. And assuming that this drop is in the delivery, assuming that this drop in the delivery of services is a result of the pandemic and related stay-at-home orders, what is NGBV doing to determine and meet actual need?
We definitely have seen an impact just because of the pandemic, but we are also increasing our outreach. We are now, as the city begins to open up more, we have an outreach team that's going out to communities, really talking about the FJC services, spreading the word about what's available. We are looking at online campaigns, we're looking at social media and how to get the word out there in these ways as well.
How many people are on the outreach teams?
Our outreach teams have, there are in total approximately 10, one housed in our Family Justice Center that works with the borough, but also a centralized team as well. Each FJC has an outreach person on their team, but we also have a central team that works with each borough's representative to make our team a little bit more robust.
Thank you. Can you describe how the pandemic impacted the delivery of FJC services as well as staffing and how it continues to inform the future of delivery of services?
The pandemic, I know for us as well as every provider in this space, brought many, many new challenges about how to deliver services and how to do them safely, particularly when we know that survivors were not safe at home to begin with. And now we have stay-at-home orders that are mandating that survivors stay there. But I know that collectively, this community of domestic and gender-based survivors went above and beyond to figure out ways to deliver services virtually, to figure out times and ways that were safe and survivor informed, and ways to connect with survivors so that we could ensure that we were delivering the services that they were asking for in a way that was safe, right? Safe, and also making sure that they could be connected into community if that's what they chose, or come into the Family Justice Center if that's what they needed. We've all learned too, I think, that we can do some of these services virtually, which I think for many of us, if you had asked 5 years ago, we would have said, no, we can't do this virtually, but we've learned how to do that, as I think many other sectors have as well. How can we do that, and how can we do it safely? That's the biggest lesson, I think, that is a takeaway, not only for NGBV and our family justice centers, but for every provider that works in this space as well.
And do you anticipate increased demand for certain services, whether it is a function of an increase of incidences or challenges posed by a continuing pandemic? And what do you believe it'll take to meet those anticipated needs?
Well, you know, I think our focus has always been on ensuring that survivors have continued access to services, and that service and resources are available widely. But there definitely are challenges, and we will continue to explore ways. One I mentioned is technology. You know, as we go to virtual, we need to ensure that survivors have access to technology. Hence, we have a public-private partnership with T-Mobile, and we're distributing 1,000 devices. Is 1,000 enough? But it's a great start. How do we integrate and sustain, you know, virtual service options? How do we do that? How do we coordinate with our partners around doing that? How do we ensure that, you know, we expand services to all survivors, including, you know, family violence and microgrants? Survivors need access to low barrier resources and dollars to meet their needs. How do we do more of that? How do we think about that? How do we strengthen our communication with providers and ensure that survivors' voices are at the center of that? We want to make sure that that continues. How do we identify specific challenges around certain topics? I mentioned that healthcare is a challenge, and how do we get consistency across the board? How do we manage strangulation in better areas? How do we lift up our programs, you know, that are working with abusers and people causing harm? And then finally, how do we actually tackle and really elevate our prevention programming, which is critical in the long term to really ending this? And things like the ABCs of healthy relationship, it's a huge step forward. And how do we expand that and lift that up in meaningful ways? These are all significant areas that we are looking at, that we're challenged about. And we're accepting that challenge. And we're looking to see how we can elevate these areas and make them stronger.
How does funding impact the delivery of certain survivor services?
Right now, we are funded adequately for the work that we're doing, but certainly if the council would like to offer us more dollars, we can certainly look at how we can expand that through council dollars.
So I want to ask you a little bit about the finances. Can you provide a breakdown of funding for DV services by borough?
We can certainly look at that. I don't have that available, but we can certainly look at that. And it would be NGBV services by borough.
Yes, yes. And then if, in addition to looking into that, not just by borough, but also by council district.
We can get back to you on that. We'll look at that and we'll get back to you.
Great, thank you. And what percentage of total city DV services funding goes towards contracting, legal and safety planning, or counseling?
We'd have to look at the proportion. Those are all very detailed questions that we'd have to go back along with OMB and our partners in other city agencies where our budgets lie and really answer those questions for you in depth.
Thank you. And I understand that you might not have the information available today, but I want to flag also how much funding is spent on outreach and advertisement for victims and survivors to understand their options and their rights. Mm-hmm. And then, what additional funding was included in the fiscal 2023 preliminary budget for DV services?
Okay. We're noting that, and we will get back to you on all of that.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. And in a perfect world, right? What would the total amount of funding you think would be needed to equitably and effectively provide DV services across the entire city?
That's a challenging question without honestly sitting down and looking across the board. I would be remiss in throwing out a number that wasn't based in real numbers on the ground to give you a projection, even in an ideal world. And we would want to think about some of the things that we would like to see happen. Some of the ones that I've named to you, like microgrants and expanded programming for prevention. So I would need to weigh all of that to be able to think about what the amount would look like.
And can you describe how the mayor's proposed program elimination gap, PEG, will impact NGBV and the delivery of survivor services across the city?
Like all other agencies, we were asked to look at our budget and really consider what we can do, and we can get back to you on the actual impact of that.
And okay, so there hasn't been an assessment on how that will impact. So whether it's staffing, if there's a reduction in funding, and particularly in the wake of the pandemic and a significant drop in the number of client services over the past 3 years, there's not really an assessment yet of overall impact of such a cut.
I don't have the data available with me here today, but I can certainly get back to you on that. And again, it is a preliminary budget. And so there is clearly room that our partners at OMB are looking at and considering as we go forward. So.
Thank you. And I want to go back to the FJCs for a moment. You talked about this a little bit as you testified earlier. The FJCs are these one-stop shops to connect victims and survivors to free and confidential assistance in each borough. You talked a little bit about the physical layout, it being accessible by wheelchair, et cetera, but can you describe the physical location and layout of each of those FJCs? You've already mentioned ADA compliance. Can you name sort of the types of staff that are present at each location, how they present, for example, whether they're uniformed or ununiformed staff, and a demographic breakdown of the FJC staff?
We don't collect the demographic information of FJC staff. Remember, I said that we work with over 40 different providers in each of our FJCs, and we just don't collect that information. I can tell you this much. The FJCs look a little bit different depending on the borough that you're in. With the exception of Brooklyn, we're all housed in DCAS maintained buildings. The Brooklyn FJC is a lease space, so it's a commercial space that's maintained by the Brooklyn District Attorney or the Kings County District Attorney. Queens and Staten Island are standalone facilities. So they are street level standalone facilities you can walk in. All of our facilities have security, uniform security, so they're clearly visible. All of them are ADA compliant. The types of staff present at each facility, we have an administrative team a small administrative team at each FJC that's employed by NGBV, and they all report to a deputy commissioner, so that we can ensure that we have government agencies that are co-located with us. So we have a DSS HRA representative on staff to help to help clients with any benefit entitlement issues, resolving issues, having them apply for services. We have a Do It representative on staff because we have computers, and when they break down, someone needs to be there to fix them. We have DCAS cleaning crew that sits inside and ensures that our facilities are always clean and neat and orderly. We have NYPD on staff for folks who choose to file a police report on site with an officer that is not in a uniform, in plain clothes, and understands the dynamics of domestic and gender-based violence. We train all of the staff, everyone who works in an FJC must go through our training, and the training is rigorous. Even our security folks, they have to go through training for us so that they understand what it is to work in a trauma-informed environment, what it is that we do, and how to interact with the clients who present. And as I said before, we have numerous nonprofit partners who work out of this space alongside with us.
Thank you. And just to sort of follow up on Councilmember Stevens' questions about cultural competency. So there's no recording of demographics based on staff who are providing services for folks. Just for my curiosity is that whether or not the staff reflects the folks that they're providing help to or providing support to.
I think that's an excellent question. And in every single borough, the on-site partners are genuinely reflective of the community of that borough. For instance, in Queens, we have Saki, we have Womankind, we have, Garden of Hope. We have the partners in that borough are truly reflective of the community at large. In the Bronx, we have VIP and other agencies that work out of the Bronx where it makes sense, so that our partnership aligns very much to the community, the local community of the Bronx, but also to the communities within the Bronx. So we have Satyatu in the Bronx because we have a significant African population that lives in the Bronx, and they provide services to that community out of our family justice centers.
Got it. So just for clarity, those are community-based organizations that partner with the FJCs that work out of the physical FJC locations.
Yes, that is
great.
correct. That is
awesome.
correct.
Thank you. And can you provide, I know that you hit a lot of the programming and services at the FJCs already. You name anything else that maybe you didn't mention yet? And then can you highlight any programming differences at the respective FJCs?
I think that we spoke very heavily about the services that we provide. It's safety planning, case management, shelter, housing advocacy, counseling for adults and children, mental health services, legal services, including immigration, housing eviction, family, matrimonial legal services, criminal justice, criminal legal advocacy, economic empowerment, public health assistance. We also work with health insurance and wellness. So some of the difference would be maybe around some of our economic empowerment programs and some of our financial literacy. What we found is that we do some of that programming in each of the family justice centers, but we have also found that in Manhattan in particular, because it's central, that we have a training room there It's easily accessed from all the boroughs. So we tend to do more of that work in Manhattan only because if there's one class that's going to happen, it's easier for the other centers to send clients there. But where possible, we will have that programming happen in the borough as well, recognizing that a lot of these programs are done by our community partners out of our space.
Thank you. And can you describe the childcare services that are available at the FJCs?
So we have each FJC has a city contracted children and youth services program, which provides a childcare while the parent or caregiver is receiving services or seeking services. The FJCs are all trauma-informed and therapeutic counseling, and we provide therapeutic counseling and support groups for families as well, and family activities as well.
Thank you. And then one more point on this. I noticed that ASL is not listed among the languages spoken by contracted staff in your annual report on domestic violence initiatives, indicators, and factors. What do y'all do to make sure that the need is met for survivors who are hard of hearing?
We provide ASL to any client that needs it. Every single person who works out of our FJC must go through training to not only know how to use our telephonic language interpretation services, but also to request ASL if needed. So you can't work in a family justice center, basically is what I'm saying to you, if you don't go through the cadre of training, which is all about how we do that service, but also how to access the individual pieces that are a part of how you deliver services. So understanding how to work with someone whose first language is not English is central to how you can deliver the programming there. And so every single person must do that work as well.
And then just my last question for you is, can you just dig into a little bit more detail on what it means to provide trauma-informed care and what that looks like in terms of shorter-term services that are being provided, and how the FJC services or programming help to address stabilizing the client, processing trauma, and then thriving after trauma. And I recognize that some of this is synthesizing different points that you had made, but I would love if you could highlight how y'all work to pull all of that together.
Okay. The FJC services are delivered through a trauma-informed lens, and clients are offered a range of short-term and long-term services that they can engage in. Some of our short-term services include crisis intervention. It's shelter, it's housing, it's advocacy, it's criminal legal advocacy if needed. It's also assistance with really practical needs and economic supports if we can do them, like micro grants, like connecting into public assistance if that's needed. Some clients come in without health insurance. We help them process that. We help them get through the short-term crisis pieces. The longer-term pieces, which are, a major part of how trauma affects us in the long term, include mental health work and counseling over the long haul. It includes support groups, wellness services that we have. We have yoga and economic empowerment. We also, and financial literacy. And job readiness, but we also have our Voices group, which are survivors who've used our services, who find that meeting this way and sharing their experiences empowers them in many ways to become stronger voices and advocates out of this space, not only for the community at large, but around the FJC in particular.
Thank you. I'll hand it back over to the moderator.
Thank you, Chair Caban. We have two other council members who have questions for this administration. First, we will hear from Councilmember Aviles.
Starting time.
Hi there. I am now on a laptop, so I can manage what's happening here. Thank you, Commissioner, for your patience. I just wanted to go back to the community service providers to make sure I was hearing. So how often does FJC actually refer out? I know you have the 40 that are on site. Do you keep track of how much you refer outside of that network?
Track it? No, we don't. We don't track it in that way. But there is a robust connection between our community providers and us.
Sure.
And I would think that it's a strong partnership. I think providers who work with us truly believe that it is a partnership, that we support them whenever we can, and they're supporting us in ways that we can also.
Sure. In terms of the providers that you do host on site, what is the arrangement for that partnership? Are they given subcontracts for that for their work at the site? What does that look like?
So we have a base contract that provides standard services across all the FJCs, and that contract allows for our screening and some case management. And that's a contract that we have with a specific provider to deliver those services across the 5 FJCs. In addition to that contract, we have an in-kind relationship with many community providers where they might get, let's say, a grant from the federal government to do work, and they decide in partnership with us, you know what, we would love to do this grant for this specialized service, but we want to come to the FJC and do it. In kind means that we provide the space, we provide the lighting and the paper and access to everything that they need, and they in turn will do their work, be that case management work or legal advocacy work or immigration work out of our family justice centers. That's the relationship.
Got it. Thank you. I guess in terms of the part of the reason why I was asking around, whether or not you track what you're referring to outside-based community service providers is to get a better understanding of, where might potentially be the gaps, right? Where do we need to, you noted earlier that, obviously some community-based providers have access to other resources. And we know it's probably fair to say, while you feel adequately funded and could accept more, the whole ecosystem of service providers needs significantly more resources, right, to provide the services our residents truly deserve. So I guess the line of questioning is really related to understanding where are the gaps or the complementary services that are really provided in earnest in communities, not necessarily at the FJC site, that complement each other because they're an important ecosystem. So that's part of why I'm trying to get a sense of, if you are referring out to other agencies, to other organizations, what's the scale and scope of that? And what type of services might that encompass so that we can then make sure that we advocate for more robust service provision and funding?
The scope and the service will vary by client. That's just a fundamental piece of it. And I wish we could tell you that it's 10 of these or 5. I think it really varies depending on what the client needs. And I know we're talking about referring out, but recognize too that that providers in the community are also referring in to get legal services. So if they're a case management service on the outside, serving a specific community, which we have many of that don't work out of our family justice centers, they don't, then they are referring into us when they get more complex cases that maybe is a immigration case and a matrimonial case and some family law attached in the whole thing. So that it truly is a partnership. We don't know the number, but we do know that they're in partnership with us. If they can't take a case, they tell us, and then we'll find some other provider that can't. If they're overloaded, be it on a caseload, be it a legal or casework, they will let us know. And then we will find other providers in the community to do that. But the relationship on both sides, I think that we try to hold very clearly what their capacity is and how we can meet that need and respect the fact that know that maybe this is a case that's just one case too many, and we'll find somewhere else for this particular client and need and be able to do that. And many of these providers also come to us for training through our family justice centers. We have a robust core of training that helps them understand both criminal legal systems, how to navigate those, how to navigate public assistance, housing, all kinds of things that we're constantly training on that they actually avail themselves of regularly.
Thank you. And Councilmember Avila is happy to extend time if you have additional questions.
No, I guess I was just wanted to say thank you, Commissioner. Definitely curious if do you keep track of those referral requests or incoming case requests from your community-based partners, or is it the same kind of like just responsiveness around? Got it.
It's just responsiveness, and if they choose to become an FJC client, then they would be wrapped into our caseload and into the last year, the 42,000 visits that we had. They would just be wrapped into that number. Doesn't necessarily identify them as coming from a community referral source.
Yeah, and part of the question is not to question the partnership, right? It's not at all, obviously. I think we all want robust partners and good service provision. I think part of it is to see what we're losing, right? If we are not tracking both the referrals, the quantity, the quality, and the content of the referrals coming in and vice versa going out, we're missing an important baseline around what is needed in community and where we can be more responsive. So that is part of what I'm trying to understand here. And with the understanding that we obviously need increased funding for these services. And I can tell you in our community, certainly our very localized community providers are, despite having access to resources, severely underfunded. And we've got to figure out ways to, again, support the entire ecosystem. And in many ways, our on-the-ground service providers are in deep need because they are the ones that get the almost immediate cases in community. So that I just wanted to let you know wasn't a question of the quality of your partnership. It was really to understand the baseline of what is happening and really encourage that we do track what the referrals are coming in and coming out, because if not, we don't understand that scope properly.
And we can certainly look at that and look at our system and see what's possible. But I truly appreciate your concern for the ecosystem because I think it is truly important. The providers on the ground are simply outstanding, both in commitment and delivery of service. And we want to ensure that they continue to feel supported in every way that we can and lift up their work as well.
Okay, Councilmember Aviles is great. Thank you. Seeing no other council members waiting to ask questions, I will now turn it back to the chair for additional questions. Chair Caban.
Oh, I have no additional questions. Thank you.
Great. We have now concluded the administration's testimony, and we will now turn to public testimony. First, I'd like to remind everyone that I will call up individuals in panels. Once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and you may begin your testimony once the Sergeant at Arms sets the clock and gives you the cue. All testimony will be limited to 3 minutes. Remember that there is a few second delay when you are unmuted before we can hear you. Please wait for the Sergeant at Arms to announce that you may begin before starting your testimony. The first panel public testimony in order of speaking will be Eureka Min, Polina Ostrenskova, Jane Bigelson, Stephanie McGraw, and Alexander Stein. I will now call on Eureka Min.
Starting time.
Yes, hello. Hi, I'm Eureka. Well, I'm one of the human trafficking survivors here that are here to testify today. And I received one of the Covenant House programs called Aspire that is for human trafficking survivors. And it's a small program where, I receive help for like mental health and my daily basic needs. Also, I would like to start to speak about my own experience as a human trafficking survivor. When I was, I was trafficked when I was 10 years old. And this cycle of abuse and suffering, it ended when I decided to run away to Covenant House at the age of 19 years old in early September of 2020. By that time, I was already living in the United States for at least 4 years. And I also attended high school and some college as well. I'm now both receiving a Covenant House as well as attending the Leadership Survival Program. That's where I learned how to use my voice to like help others as well as help people that have gone through human trafficking as well. And it's really an experience that has fulfilled me and that it's giving me a lot of self-confidence. And also it teaches me to use my own story, not as a weapon to myself, but as a way to like give empowerment to other people as well. So when I first moved to New York here, I was 16 years old and I was very excited to go to high school because, I thought that after I finished all this abuse back there and that human trafficking back there in my country, I thought that I finally would be able to live a normal life here in the United States, but it didn't went as I planned or anything at all. So I was receiving some counseling back in high school because I had some problems with depression and just anxiety and mental health in general because of the trauma that caused me human trafficking. So I resorted to counseling, and my counselor always used to say that whatever we discuss today in that room, it will always stay there. Like there will be complete privacy. Unfortunately, they did not keep the promise or that privacy that they said was going to be in the matter. And even though it might sound that it's really bad, it's something that happens a lot. It happened to me, it happened to my friends who went to high school and received counseling as well, and also happened to other close people as well.
Time expired.
We can extend time for a few seconds so that you can finish your testimony.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I believe this wouldn't have happened if there were programs that allowed students, especially those students that are survivors of any crime, and students that are for all grade levels to access to free psychiatric help or resources and connect them to organizations who can help them with more complex situations like legal matters, healthcare, scholarships, or housing. Because as an immigrant myself, those are one of the most, well, not one, but like that's the reality that we as immigrants face when we first came in here. Like we face all those issues. Also, as an immigrant myself, with an immigration case in process, I think the city does not do enough for us. We are one of the most vulnerable communities to human trafficking. Whether it is labor trafficking or sex trafficking, all we want is just to free our families. But how can we, if we are being underpaid, overworked, our sisters and brothers are desperate to find money to pay college and better up their futures and studies? Universities and colleges should have funding and scholarships for young immigrants and survivors who want to further their studies. I have this personal experience back in 2019 when I first applied to college. I was working an off-the-book job that they make me work from 7 p.m. until 10 a.m. with no rest or eating time. But I was ready to put my soul into it, my blood, sweat, and tears, just to get the education that I wanted to get for myself. Unfortunately, even though I explained to them that I was homeless because I lost my job and COVID happened, the college that I applied did not want to help me. They say all that I heard from them was that my debt will be sent to collections in a single letter. And even though it was $3,000, I'm still struggling to pay $3,000 because I cannot legally work and I don't have any kind of support besides Covenant House support. So I strongly believe that people like me should have a chance to live a better life and not find themselves to resort to off-the-book jobs or to methods that will put us and our families at many great risks. Having the city support is crucial, and our voices should be heard as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us here today.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Paulina Ostrenkova.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Paulina Ostrenkova, and I'm speaking here today to underline the importance of services for victims of human trafficking, being a victim of labor and sex trafficking myself. Currently, I live in a safe house run by Covenant House, New York, and receive services that help me to recover from physical and mental trauma and get access to daily needs. However, I face significant barriers regarding immigration status and opportunities enrolling schools. I left my home seeking for a safe space and freedom, and that escape resulted in me being exploited. In 2019, I was arrested and faced a number of criminal charges. At this time, I thought my life was over. The aftermath created a huge issue for me obtaining immigration status and continuing a successful life. By the advice of my attorney, I pled to misdemeanor charges alongside the 3 years of probation, which delayed getting immigration status and developing my career. I either want to study social work or a law in order to advocate for people, but without immigration papers and documents, everything feels unachievable. Survivors of human trafficking face severe barriers that hold them from safe and independent lives in the US. These barriers include difficulties with obtaining legal documents, including work permits and citizenship, access to public services, food, clothes, and basic needs, child support, and stable housing. They may have a hard time understanding due to language barriers, physical and mental trauma, or disabilities. The help of professional workers is required to approach a traumatized individual. I urge people to be trained on the subject of human trafficking. Undocumented people are strongly afraid of ICE and police officers because of the fear of deportation. Victims of human trafficking do not have knowledge of where to seek for help and how to ask for it. Some of them do not know about the existence of the services or have no opportunities to reach out. I am asking to continue fund Covenant House alongside with all nonprofits that helps survivors of human trafficking. Funding these programs will help people to deal with PTSD, traumas, legal and immigration issues. Health benefits, insurance, scholarships, and access to housing and food are the things that will give a solid start to improve broken lives and will give a motivation for creating independent life after being forced and controlled by exploiters. I also believe that there should be scholarships for survivors, including those who are undocumented. I thank New York City Council Committee on Women and Gender Equity for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Jane Biggleson.
Starting time.
Hello, for some reason, my camera just stopped working now, but I will give oral testimony. Good morning, my name is Jane Biggleson, or afternoon. I'm the VP of Advocacy at Covenant House, New York. I'd like to thank the entire committee, especially Chair Caban and Councilmember Stevens for the opportunity to testify today. Before I start, I just want to say how proud I am of the two young people who spoke before me. I am privileged to work with them every day, and I'm awed by their resilience and their tenacity. One of the greatest needs for survivors is mental health care. Yet there are no dedicated survivor beds or youth beds in New York City. This is something we've brought up frequently in the runaway and homeless youth context. Well, we have a huge mental health team at Covenant House, and we can handle all sorts of mental health issues. In recent years, we're seeing more schizophrenia, psychosis, and developmental disabilities and active suicidality among both of our survivors and young people. And they need treatment or places that can provide them 24/7 mental health care. Survivors, like all New Yorkers, require living wage jobs and permanent housing. They need internships, scholarships, housing, and rental assistance, and those internships need to be paid. Additionally, New York has cut human services aid by 5% since 2012. This leads to low wages for our frontline staff and high turnover rates, which is detrimental for our young people who are trying to build rapport with staff. So there must be a COLA increase in all human services contracts. Like the two survivors who just spoke before me, survivors of trafficking without legal U.S. immigration status face additional roadblocks in their quest for safety. Both of these young women are trafficking survivors and currently undocumented, and it is heartbreaking to see how they both belong in college and eventually maybe law school, but their education is on hold due to their lengthy immigration cases. Since they can't apply for federal loans, perhaps some sort of scholarship for trafficking survivors who may or may not be undocumented would be wonderful. And maybe at all CUNY schools, there should be staff who's dedicated to help youth who are undocumented or who are experiencing homelessness. One of the most significant gaps in services for survivors of trafficking is the need for additional housing with accompanying holistic services. It is extraordinarily difficult to leave a trafficker when there is nowhere safe to go. We offer housing and services, including a safe house where female identified survivors can heal and thrive. However, the financial costs of operating this safe home are exorbitant. And this year, we are asking the City Council to provide us with financial operating support needed to continue to meet these needs. And finally, survivors must be able to access compensation funds, regardless of whether they want to cooperate with law enforcement. Exploiters and abusers rob their victims of many things, including safety and security. Can I just finish one sentence? And their ability to be in charge and in control. So they need to make the choice of whether they want to cooperate with law enforcement or not. So we strongly support the City Council's call for the passage of the bill in Albany of A8619. Again, many of my survivors do not want to work with law enforcement, and they should still be able to access the Survivor Compensation Fund. Thank you, and I'm sorry my camera's not working.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Stephanie McGraw.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you? My name is Stephanie McGraw. I'm the founder and CEO of WARM. WARM stands for We Are Really Matter. It is a leading domestic violence service in Harlem that offers wraparound services. And I'm here to represent the Black and brown women and the challenges of domestic violence. You know, we are here in this community giving services in our community. We've served over 500,000 PPEs and over 350,000 meals during the pandemic. We are embedded and invested because we're from the community. I'm a survivor. I'm a Black woman. I grew up in poverty. I grew up in the housing projects. So we have a unique, different approach to getting to victims of domestic violence because we are in the community and we're grassroots and boots on the ground. We dig deep into our community. And one of the deep things that we did during the pandemic was start this partnership with NYPD. When everybody else was running for them, we knew the importance of Black and brown women getting services. And we have a tumultuous relationship with the NYPD. But what we did is how we wanted to reimagine the police. So let me just give you a quick story about my 12 partnerships I have with NYPD. On a Sunday, on December 5th, I got a call from Captain Anthony Macias from the 41st precinct in the Bronx. He had absorbed all his resources trying to get a victim some help. He reached out to Safe Horizons, Safe Locks, with no progress. He called down to One Police Plaza and asked Chief Hotch, who I work very closely with, because he needed help with this woman because he had his officers guarding her door because he couldn't get any service. He called me on a Sunday at 9:30. I got out my bed, came into my office, serviced this woman with 6 children, got her into shelter, changed all of the kids' clothes, and this officer, Macias, came in to meet me. He brought his 2 officers to bring this woman from the Bronx. Having grassroots, boots on the ground organizations that's out here connected with the police, it is vital, because we know how much a gallon of milk costs in the bodega, and we meet the exact needs, and we handle very high profile cases. So we are excited to announce that we have been funded by the state, so we will be expanding into 30 precincts. But what I want to say to everyone on this meeting, it is very difficult for us to place single women. We need shelter for single victims of domestic violence. And the work that we're doing here in our community with the NYPD, we reimagined how we wanted to work with them. And not only that, Black and Brown and Latino women are more comfortable coming when they see us out in the community doing outreach with NYPD. It is a very successful program and it's starting to expand. I'm just excited that I'm here to testify on a committee about the importance of the partnership that we have built with NYPD. And we are expanding, but we are just so happy that it takes a village. It's not one person that could do it. It takes a village. And during the pandemic, everything shut down. We was the only organization that was physically open because we just didn't know, how do you rescue somebody virtually? So I just want to thank the committee. I want y'all to hear me. I want y'all to understand what we have done here in our community. We may imagine what we wanted to do and how we wanted to work with NYPD as Black and Brown women. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Last on this panel, we will hear from Alexander Stein.
Starting time.
Thank you so much for having me. And guys, let me tell you something. The issue is there are some people that are excluded from services, especially myself. I have a unique situation. I was dating a woman that I met on the internet, and we'd been going out. We were living together. We were engaged to get married. Come to find out, she ends up having a boyfriend. That guy assaulted me. They ended up moving into the apartment. I had nowhere to go. I went and looked at every social service possible, telling them I was a victim of not only domestic violence, but because I was hit by my fiance's new boyfriend, I didn't qualify for this help. I literally had to relocate. I lost my job. I had to move back to Texas, and I want to get back to Manhattan. I have my records there. I have so much stuff in that apartment, and I was denied these services based on the fact that I'm a man. She not only did she do physical stuff to me, she has photos of me. She has blackmail of me, doing stuff that I would have never have ever done without her influence. But because I'm a man, I don't get to be a victim. Somehow she can manipulate me. She can drain my bank account. She can post pictures of me on the internet and send to my Facebook friends to humiliate me and get me fired from my good job that I built up at a bank that I worked for 8 years. I'm gone. They sent pictures of me in positions that I regret doing under the influence of alcohol and drugs that she gave me. I was completely sober. I met her in a drug rehabilitation chat room, and that was the worst mistake of my life. And when I go and I try to ask for help from covering the house, they say, no, oh, we don't care about your fiance's boyfriend hitting you. Oh, that we don't protect you. That is a male-on-male crime. That's not under our jurisdiction. So now what am I? I don't have a car. I have nothing. I'm freezing. It's a pandemic. And because I'm a guy, because I was born with the wrong chromosome, I get no help. I get denied social services. When I was exploited just as bad as any man has ever exploited any woman, losing every single thing I had. The only thing that I kept, luckily, is I still have our dog. That's the only thing I got to keep. That's the only thing that brings me any joy anymore. And now she's with some 19-year-old guy who's a personal trainer with a bunch of tattoos who looks like he's some sort of MS-13 gangbanger. And what am I supposed to do when I need help? You deny me. Why? Because I'm not the right sex. How is that inclusive? How is that equity? Ask yourself that. Why do we base everything on gender, only helping women? Why can't we help men that are victims of this? So we need to really look at this from an outside perspective that is not excluding people because they're male. Thank you very much for addressing the council.
Thank you for sharing your testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Before I turn to Chair Caban for additional questions, I'd like to remind council members to use the raise hand function in Zoom to indicate that they have a question for this panel. Chair Caban?
Yes, I mean, just before I ask a question, I just want to reiterate my gratitude, especially for the survivors and victims who offered their very personal testimony. A question I have I'm sorry, I'm just going to refer to our lineup to make sure I'm asking the right folks. But Eureka and Paulina, if you could just elaborate a little bit on what specific barriers you faced in the process of trying to engage in the adjustment of your status, or the current process that you are engaging in terms of trying to adjust your status.
Well, for me, I'm applying for CJS visa, and I was first applying the bronze work, and one of the biggest setbacks was because I didn't have a legal guardian, and they wanted me to get in contact with my mom, which was also my abuser, and there was no way I would get my mom to be my legal guardian in this case. So they just kept me in this limbo, telling me to keep looking, but it wasn't really any help at all. So there was, I really, because of COVID, we couldn't meet. So there was nobody by my side telling me, okay, this is the plan. We're going to do this, we're going to do that. They just tell me, look for somebody who's over 21 and it can help you to be a legal guardian. And because I came here by myself and I only have my mother and my two brothers that are my family here, and I didn't have anybody else to resort to. And when I was talking to my lawyer, he told me that it was actually not very uncommon, this kind of issue, that many young people like me who has went through neglect and abuse has faced the same situation over and over. And because of that single detail of not having anybody to be the legal guardians and support them, they couldn't apply for CJS. And I just believe that it's very unfair and atrocious, because I mean, I don't believe it's none of our fault that we came here by ourselves and we don't have nobody in our lives that care about us or give a damn about us to support us. That should be something or somebody or any organization that could come and help us when this happened. I was lucky enough to get in contact with the door, who they also helped me to get in contact with Covenant House. And through the door, I got another attorney. I signed a contract with her, and she actually helped me getting a legal guardian who I already been friends for like 6 months, to put it in a way. And we bonded so good. We've been friends like deeply in the heart. So we need that. We need organizations that can help us in this kind of situation and not just tell us like, hey, this is happening. You're not going to get it because of this single thing that you're missing. There should be more doors or windows for us.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for bringing attention to this question. For me, currently, I feel stuck with the convictions on my record and probation, and I'm afraid of being denied of immigration status because of that. I'm doing everything towards get everything dismissed, and my team, my attorney is working on it, but I still have this fear. I want I would like to ask for opportunities to enroll universities, maybe outside of New York state or city, and the opportunity to travel, because with this situation, I'm not able to leave New York City, 5 boroughs basically. And I would like to explore more options for school trips, and yeah, basically I am concerned about the citizenship and the study.
Thank you. Those are my questions for this panel. Moderator, I don't know if there are any other members that have questions.
There are no council members with questions at this time. Would you like to move on to the second public panel?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Just a reminder that I will name people in the order of speaking, and to please wait for the sergeant to announce that you may begin before starting your testimony. In order of speaking, we will hear from Shamara Kelly, Raquel Singh, Angelina Rosado, Joyce McMillan, and Margarita Guzman. Shamara Kelly, you may begin when the sergeant gives you the cue.
Starting time.
Good afternoon to the Committee on Women and Gender Equity and all those present today. My name is Shamara Kelly. I am a survivor of domestic violence and community organizer at the Voices of Women. At VOW, we are a survivor-led organization that has been built on improving the systems that survivors and their children turn to for safety, justice, and assistance. One of our main goals at VOW is to implement strategies to hold accountable the governmental systems that should protect survivors and their families from violence and poverty. Most specifically, the child welfare, the courts, the housing, and homelessness systems. Through training workshops, leadership opportunities, and healing activities, survivors gain the skills and confidence needed to analyze practices and attitudes, document systemic failures, create recommendations, and meet with public officials and policymakers to engage in important policy conversations for systemic change. Survivors of domestic violence are often engaged in many systems immediately when they seek help, and some systems are not by choice. Access to services should also include the right to counsel when enforcement agencies like the Administration for Children's Services arrive at a survivor's home to investigate them. The Administration for Children's Services has found many survivors unfit to care for their children because of domestic violence. While we recognize that early defense programs exist, many survivors do not know of their worth. So we go through these ACS investigations alone when the power lies with ACS, and survivors feel re-victimized all over again. Let me walk you through it. ACS knocks on my door and shows me some documentation of who they are and expect to be let into my home. I fear denying them entry into my house and might make things worse. They might tell me who they are here, tell me why they are here, or they may not. I don't know my rights, and I am terrified that they will take my children because they are judging me as a survivor of domestic violence. They are expecting my home and my kids. They want to know how much food I have and my child's census and doctor's contact information. Can it get worse? Yes, it can. I should have the right to legal counsel immediately. Having someone present to tell me how to protect my rights is important to me and my children's safety. ACS investigations are harmful and can undermine parental rights. I still fear when I hear a knock on the door and a ring at my doorbell. ACS wants to know everything about me, but can't even tell me my rights. Survivors need legal counsel at the beginning of any investigation to protect their rights and family. More resources should be devoted to protecting families' rights against ACS, which has too much power. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Raquel Singh.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm sitting in under Raquel's name. However, My name is Dana Hannisjog. I would like to say good afternoon to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality and all of those present today. I am a survivor of domestic violence and I am a community organizer at the Voices of Women. Shamara already told you what VOW does, so I'm going to continue on. Domestic violence should never equal homelessness, although it has become the fate of countless survivors who have exhausted their stay at a domestic violence emergency shelter, or they're seeking housing options to protect themselves and their families. One of the major breakdowns to accessing housing and shelter services is the required documentation. That is why we're urging the City Council today to address this issue. We have engaged with many survivors who do not obtain the proper documentation to access shelter and affordable housing. It can range from a New York City ID to proof of date of birth to possible immigration status. When fleeing an abusive relationship, survivors often don't have all of the documentation for themselves and their family to access shelter and housing. You don't have time to gather it all. We have experienced survivors being asked to leave domestic violence shelters because they don't have all the required documentation, and they've had to organize against this unjust treatment. Moreover, we are oftentimes baffled by the development or acceptance of a new housing initiative, yet finding new innovative ways to help survivors with documentation requirements cannot be developed. The system creates a pathway to homelessness while simultaneously attempting to help. At VOW, a part of our goal in relation to our mission is to educate survivors of domestic violence on the existing housing system so that they are truly empowered by knowing how to navigate New York City's complex housing market. Documentation requirements being a barrier to safe and affordable housing is not a new problem. It has existed for years, and we are puzzled by the lack of unified voices demanding systemic change. In order for survivors to successfully access shelter and housing services, this problem must be resolved as it will save lives. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Angelina Rosado.
Starting time.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for having me. My name is Angelina Rosado. I'm the founder and executive director of Returning Hope, a nonprofit domestic violence organization based in Lower East Side of Manhattan. I'm a domestic violence survivor. I'm a domestic violence advocate, activist, educator, public speaker. I basically do it all when it comes to domestic violence, along with assisting, survivors, assisting the youth, assisting and helping get education to abusers so that they know what they're doing is absolutely wrong. When we're talking about barriers that domestic violence survivors face, I know them firsthand. I'm a survivor that went through the system to get housing. I went through a domestic violence shelter. I can tell you firsthand, it was the most horrendous situation I've ever been in my life. When we're talking about barriers, let's talk about the lack of awareness overall, the lack of education on domestic violence when it comes to the people that are supposed to be providing assistance. There is no form of education and training enough for the people that are put into these shelters. And I'm talking about the people that actually work there. I was a victim of domestic violence, and I was victimized even more when I got to the shelter. I can't explain to you how I was threatened by workers to physically assault me in a shelter. I've had workers who turned off the heat to our apartment because they didn't like that I spoke up as a survivor. As a victim of domestic violence, I was conditioned to be controlled, so my voice didn't matter. Once I got out of that relationship, I found that voice, and I no longer wanted to be shut up. That was not an option for me anymore. And when I got to the shelter where, they were conditioned to run the way they ran. And I seen the injustice that was happening. I refused to stay quiet. Right then and there, my organization was born, and I realized that someone had to advocate for the survivors that are in here. So while I'm not only, going through the situation and the mental situation that happens after a victim of domestic violence escapes that relationship, I now have to advocate not just for myself, but also for my sisters that are in this shelter with me. And it was a barrier that I was probably not ready to tackle, but I was willing to tackle because I knew that someone had to stand up because no one was in there fighting for us. And as I found my way of advocacy in this community, once I started my organization advocating for not just domestic violence victims, but for also the children that suffer the abuse as well. I had a 3-year-old who watched me be abused. So advocating for children and getting the help that they also need is extremely important. And I'm sorry, can I finish my statement or no?
You may finish your thought. Thank you.
Thank you. So advocating for the youth, as far as education, my organization personally, we go into community centers and we educate. We have programs that educate the youth on teen dating violence. I am also a victim of teen dating violence. So that education part is extremely important. But I think that what's even more important is educating the educators, right? We have to make sure that service providers, educators, and people who work closely with not just victims of domestic violence, but the teens, they are educated in domestic violence so they can better help service these people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Joyce McMillan.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Joyce McMillan. I am the founder and executive director of JMAC for Families and Parent Legislative Action Network. And what we do is we work with families that have been impacted by the Administration for Children's Services. Some people call them child welfare agents. I call them the family police. And this is important because many of the women that I work with are survivors of DV, and the response to mandated reporters, which we shouldn't have, we should have mandated supporters. Safe Horizon, one of the #1 places that people with DV are referred to, has reported about 6 of the families that I work with to child services. Hospitals, police, teachers, everyone, a family should reasonably be able to go to seek support, direction, comfort, or any of those things to help change the position that they are in, are people who are mandated to report the families and to put the risk of the family remaining intact in jeopardy. There is nothing more violent than separating families without any consideration to the trauma that that causes. Parents, women who survive domestic violence situations, never asked to be there, don't want to be there, but lack the resources to do something different. And when I listen to people talk about services, people need less services and more real support, like financial support. Services is not going to help me pay the rent at a different location. Services is not going to help me buy my children the things they need without being a part of the abuser's life. So we are spending our money in the wrong places. The money has to be spent not on people who do case management and say, I saw 400 women, but it has to be sent on people or community organizations that is making sure there is supplemental income provided to people who are trying to escape and or survive after they've escaped and don't feel compelled to go back because life is too difficult outside of that relationship. And the response to those who report families under this idea of mandated reportership, shame on you, because your job is to support families and to help survivors, not to add additional stress. So I ask that we look at the work that the Administration of Children Services is doing in conjunction with other organizations that claim to help families, because separation is not support and poverty is not neglect. And it's incumbent upon all of us to begin to do something different than just providing services. Especially, we like to say, everyone is mentally ill. And the first thing we want to say that we're doing a good job with is providing those mental services. Well, let's stabilize the person's life first, and then let's give them the other things they need. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Margarita Guzman.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My thanks to the committee members for hosting this hearing, and to all of the panelists who've spoken before me for sharing their courageous stories, especially of survivorship. My name is Margarita Guzman. I'm the Executive Director at the Violence Intervention Program. We were founded in East Harlem in 1984 by Black and Latina grassroots activists, and we are New York City's only culturally specific organization working with Latinx survivors to address domestic and sexual violence. We operate a live 24/7 hotline, an emergency domestic violence shelter, a transitional housing program, 3 community-based social service programs, and a robust community engagement program that includes community organizing and outreach. We also provide specialized and innovative economic justice, sexual violence, and child and adolescent programs. All of our offices are located in low-income Latinx communities in Queens, East Harlem, and the Bronx. I want to quickly note that VIP fully supports the proposed resolution with respect to expanding the Victims' Compensation Fund, and thanks Common Justice for their leadership in the Fair Access to Victim Compensation Fund campaign. I also want to note that VIP is currently developing our first ever restorative justice programming here, and I'm so happy to hear the interest and support that this committee has expressed for those strategies to address violence outside of the legal system. For today, however, I really want to focus my testimony on one of the underpinning challenges that face the Latinx and immigrant survivor community here in New York City, and that is poverty and the inequity of solutions for long-term economic security for immigrant women and their children, especially when overcoming domestic and sexual violence. It is not news to anybody that Black and Latina women and girls are more likely to live in neighborhoods with high levels of concentrated poverty, where those rates can exceed 40%. But when that intersects with the devastating impact of domestic and sexual violence on a survivor's employment and economic well-being, it presents the kind of financial disaster that can inadvertently lead to homelessness and further entrenched intergenerational cycles of both poverty and abuse. Latinx and immigrant victims are especially vulnerable to economic destabilization after violence because of limited English proficiency or lack of employment authorization, which often means financial dependency on an abusive partner or taking work in degrading conditions just to survive. Immigrant victims have little or no access to the public assistance safety net that might mitigate the severity of these harms for other people. Without economic stability, nearly all other interventions and healing supports become ineffective, and the healing process is stalled while survivors struggle to secure basic needs. There are many excellent workforce development projects in New York City, and there are many trauma-informed financial education programs for survivors, but there are very few that address, just to finish my statement, the intersection of economic security for immigrants who cannot participate in the traditional workforce. So my ask to this committee, and this is detailed in my written testimony, I apologize for going over time, is to please consider investing in the intersection of solidarity economy practices like worker justice, worker cooperatively owned businesses, and small business development, and gender justice organizations, so that we can increase the access that undocumented survivors might have to ongoing economic security outside of traditional workforce models. Thank you so much for the time and for your attention.
Thank you for your testimony. In order to address the time constraints of 2 additional witnesses, we are going to add Biani Garcia and Victoria Galeana to this panel. Biani Garcia, please begin when the sergeant gives you the cue.
Time starts now.
Thank you. So I'm going to share the testimony of one of our community members. So she have to work, so that's why she left. So good afternoon to all the council members present in this hearing, and my appreciation to the Women and Gender Equity Committee on the City Council for organizing this hearing. My name is Nirvana Garcia. I'm a transgender woman from Mexico, and I'm a leader of the Trans Immigrant Project of McDowell, New York. Today, I'm here to share my experience on the importance of removing the barriers to that exist in accessing the violence survival funds. In the past, I worked at in a construction company where I was constantly harassed and mistreated by other employees and bosses. They called me bad words because of my feminine expression and the way I speak. Despite of all the bullying, I continue working there because I need to pay my housing, send money to my family, and also to have to be able to cover my arthritis medicine. In 2020, I was assigned to work on a building faith repairing using scaffolding. The person I was assigned to work with hated me so much, and he was so transphobic. He had already bullied me in the past. While we were working on the height of the building, he began to tell me, "Die, motherfucker, die, fucking dog." I asked him to please stop and to respect me, and also to let him that I'm also a human being, but he didn't care. When we get down from the scaffolding, he started kicking me and pushing me on my face. I was just trying to protect myself into the ground. When he stopped beating me, I told my boss that what happened, and he also asking me. I also asked the owner of the building to check the cameras. However, they do nothing, and they really don't care about me. Being undocumented, being a trans woman, and not having videos to provide that was one who survived the violence, I decided not to go to the police, not to report it. I was afraid of being the one who be deported instead of the person who was assaulting me. I had only been in the United States for 2 years, and I didn't know my rights. The following days, I continued working there with hair and a lot of pain in my body because I need the money to support myself. However, at the end of the week, the boss told me that he fired me. He also told me that faggots didn't get attention by the police. And then I have the opportunity to tell my history today, and that's why I'm here to share my experiences. Our experiences as a transgender woman is not isolated. Many of our transgender community, when we have the chance to go to the police to report a crime, they make life of us, and they really don't care. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next on this panel, we will hear from Victoria Galeana.
Time starts now.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Victoria Galeana. Soy miembro de Three Queens, el proyecto TGNCIQ de McDowell, New York. Soy una mujer transgénero, inmigrante mexicana y sobreviviente de un crimen violento. Quiero dar las gracias a la Comité de Mujeres e Igualdad de Género de Consejo Municipal por darme la oportunidad de levantar mi voz. Una madrugada después de salir de una fiesta en abril del año pasado, estaba con mi amiga comprando comida cuando de la nada un grupo de hombres transfóbicos empezó a decirme palabras transfóbicas. Si seguidamente nos golpearon, te voy a matar, maricón, era el insulto que se escuchaba mientras nos golpeaban. Como sobreviviente de un crimen violento, estoy aquí para resaltar la importancia de que las sobrevivientes de violencia reciban la compensación para remover las barreras para acceder a la compensación. En injusto de inhumanos que solo en 4% de las sobrevivientes reciban dichas compensación. Mayormente, las personas que recién están compensando son mujeres blancas de edad entre 29 y 59. Y mi amiga y yo formamos parte del 96% de sobrevivientes que no pudimos acceder a este fondo. Esto pasa porque no existe mucha difusión sobre este beneficio y mayormente no es accesible al idioma del sobreviviente. Mi caso no es aislado. De antemano, sé que nuestra comunidad trans, trabajadora sexual e indocumentadas no recurren a la policía después de sobrevivir un crimen para hacer la denuncia por constante trauma. La persecución, acoso y persiflación que recibimos. Por eso me uno y apoyo a la introducción de la resolución de la Consejería Narcis para pedir al Estado que apruebe y firme S-7573 a 8619 a este proyecto de ley ampliará la elegibilidad para la compensación de víctimas y sobrevivientes de un crimen. Muchas de mis hermanas sobrevivientes de violencia dependen de trabajo sexual y así estas barreras extranjeras no podemos acceder a dichos fondos. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to remind council members to use the raise hand function in Zoom to indicate if they have a question for this panel.
And I just want to take a moment to thank everybody for sharing their experiences. I especially want to commend Angelina for starting your own org after experiencing re-traumatization from the people who should have helped you. And I want to thank Joyce for raising those points around mandated reporters and the problem of child services, and just everybody else who spoke and highlighted the experience and major gap that undocumented survivors are experiencing. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Caban. Seeing no council member questions at this time, I will move to the next public panel. In order of speaking, I'm sorry, I lost my document. Hold on one moment. I apologize for that. In order of speaking, we will hear from Lori Kim Alexander from AVP, Sarah Telson, Alethea Ramos, Jasmine Bowden, and Bravo Corazon. You may begin when the sergeant gives you the cue, Lori Kim Alexander.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this time. My name is Lori Kim Alexander. My pronouns are she, her, and we, our. I'm a community organizer at the New York City Anti-Violence Project, and I'm also a survivor of multiple forms of violence: hate violence, sexual violence, intimate partner violence, and multiple instances of police violence, the last of which left me permanently physically damaged. I am a survivor working directly with LGBTQ and HIV-affected survivors every day. The City and ENDGBV's testimony today is a testament to how there's really no comprehensive way of getting survivors what they need outside of contact with law enforcement, which is not accessible for the survivors I work with. 2021 was the deadliest year for violence against trans, gender nonconforming, and non-binary community members. LGBTQ survivors, especially Black, Indigenous, and other people of the global majority like us, are likely to experience violence from all fronts. In general, trans and gender expansive folks have reported sexual and other assault from police while in custody and on the street, and are harassed or dismissed when reporting violence. These numbers more than double when it comes to Black, trans, and gender expansive people. LGBTQ survivors are less likely to report to the police because of police violence. They're reporting to trusted community organizations like AVP and are getting services, but more and direct funding is needed for survivors to get their basic needs met. Black and Latinx trans and queer survivors routinely tell me that they're not able to get access to services due to housing insecurity, joblessness, and as a result, low access to tech needed to be in continual communication at all. We need more solutions for survivors that don't put us further in harm's way. AVP supports Resolution 153, but survivors also need real access to long-term housing, proper and appropriate survivor-focused emergency housing, direct funds to survivors and to organizations who support survivors, real compliance with ADA guidelines, and equitable access to services, information, and opportunity for survivors with all forms of disabilities. LGBTQ plus survivors are often left out of tech information and hardware offerings that can bridge the digital divide that's widening since the pandemic. You've heard all this here, and you'll hear more. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Sarah Telson.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, committee. I am Sarah Telson, and I am the Deputy Director of Legal Services at the New York City Anti-Violence Project. I use she, her pronouns. I appreciate the opportunity to share my perspective on and experiences with barriers to service access that clients of AVP experience while they are trying to move towards safety and gain stability in their lives after experiencing violence. The Legal Services Department at AVP is our youngest department, created just under a decade ago. We serve LGBTQ and HIV-affected survivors in a wide variety of legal services. We represent our clients in divorces and family offense petitions in family court, in immigration cases, in housing court, and in discrimination complaints before the Commission on Human Rights. LGBTQ survivors are referred to AVP's Legal and Client Services departments by calling our free 24/7 hotline and through referrals from our community partners. The hotline is a longtime cornerstone of AVP's work and is a service that community members access regularly. As a lawyer, manager of legal services at AVP, and a queer survivor of violence, I regularly witness and try to navigate around systemic barriers to service access. In the past year, we've seen the following: extreme delays in family court, family offense proceedings, seeking orders of protection, with trials being scheduled over 6 months from the filing of the petition, lack of access to secure, easy-to-use technology and reliable Wi-Fi for clients who are not able to meet in person because of COVID, court-provided interpreters who do not have LGBTQ sensitivity training or training around intimate partner and sexual violence, requests for women interpreters often ignored by the courts. You see difficulty in setting meetings with clients because of lack of employee COVID protections that lead to people getting sick, losing their jobs, and losing economic security, which in turn impacts their ability to prioritize their legal cases. Court information is not made available online in any accessible way. Pro se clients are not getting the information they need to adequately advocate for themselves. Court processes are regularly changing without proper notice to pro se litigants, especially those with language access needs. Many resources and services for survivors are tied to law enforcement or policing. Non-citizens who are survivors of violence seek legal immigration status in the form of a U visa. However, this requires that the survivor be helpful to law enforcement into the prosecution of a crime. Similarly, here in New York, these survivors must report to the police in order to access the state's Victims' Compensation Fund. This requirement disproportionately impacts Black and LGBTQ survivors and prevents survivors who cannot or do not go to the police after violence from accessing financial assistance. This is why I and AVP support Resolution 153 to remove this barrier so more survivors can access funds and meet their long-term needs. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Alethea Ramos.
Time starts now.
Hi, I just wanted to say real quick, thank you to all of the panelists and survivors for sharing their story. This is my first time presenting, so I'm a little bit nervous. But muchas gracias a todas las personas que compartieron, especialmente a todas las sobrevividoras. Espero que lo dije bien. But without further ado, good afternoon, Committee Chair Caban, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Alethea, and my pronouns are her, she, like the chocolate bar. I am a community member and a member of the TGNC Leadership Academy of the New York City Anti-Violence Project, or AVP for short. It is an organization that empowers LGBTQ and HIV-affected communities with the goal to end all forms of violence. I am a survivor. I don't know what specific form of survival I would identify with because I've been through them all. I want to acknowledge that 2021 was the deadliest year of violence for transgender nonconforming and non-binary community members. And I'm here today to speak about the barriers to services and resources for survivors in the hopes that you do something to address it. Finally, many LGBTQ survivors, especially the ones of color, do not report violence or seek support from law enforcement because when we do, we often face dismissive or negative attitudes or more violence, including homophobia and transphobia. I am a survivor of sexual abuse ever since I was about 7 years old. And when I came out about it at 13, it created a legal case, which in turn was extensive, especially for someone who was young and having to navigate the legal system. I was under the impression that I had to tell my story under the terms of healing my pain, but I see that my story and the stories of other survivors are not taken seriously because the system is still flawed. Most resources and services for survivors are tied to law enforcement or policing. As someone who holds intersectional, marginalized, and stigmatized identities, my truth is often dismissed and not taken seriously. We as survivors often repress harmful events, and when we do remember and feel empowered to report more harm, our collective experiences are seen as lies, which is exactly what occurred to me. That is why I support Resolution 153 to remove the barrier of law enforcement so more survivors can access funds. Survivors need reliable financial support and culturally competent social services and organizations that also hire us. I need to say that again, that also hire us to create safety within our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Bravo Corazon. Oh, I apologize. Chair Caban, please.
Yes, thank you. Once again, I want to thank folks for their powerful testimony. I want to deeply apologize to the folks that are here. I have to step away for a little bit. My dog is terminally ill and currently experiencing like an acute health emergency. I have to rush him to the vet. But my wonderful colleague, Councilmember Kevin Riley, has agreed to step in and chair the remainder of the hearing briefly. Hopefully I will be back to continue chairing the rest of the hearing in time. And either way, I look forward to following up with each and every one of you about these issues. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Caban. Sorry about that. Next, we will hear from Bravo Corazon.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much. And my sincerest condolences to Committee Chair Caban. Good afternoon. My name is Bravo Corazon, and I'm a community member of New York City Anti-Violence Project, also known as AVP, from 2019. Also a survivor of every kind of violence you can imagine. And today I'm here to discuss some of the barriers that prevented me from getting help and reaching out for such a long time. Also, I would like to thank the previous speakers for speaking up about the different variations that, harm comes in and takes shape and place in. So today I'm here to talk about barriers to services for survivors. As a trans melanated person, it's hard getting services. As a transgender or non-conforming or non-binary survivor, getting service a lot of times turns into being a traumatic event over and over again. Oftentimes, services are geared towards cis heterosexual women and women with children. To get these services, we, as people who identify different, a lot of times face significant transphobia from service providers who aren't properly trained, or it could equally be the situation that the provider is openly hostile towards trans people and willfully non-inclusive. Transgender and non-conforming and non-binary survivors are extremely vulnerable and least likely to get services we need, as these are some of the reasons why. To add to this, getting gender-affirming identification is difficult, and for some of these services, they pay specific attention to your ID, meaning your assigned gender, requiring trans and gender non-conforming and non-binary community members to misgender themselves in order to get services. And due to their gender, are left out of funding for services. And because they do not have children or identify as cis, to get these services, they must endure systematic abuse. As a result, a lot of people who do identify as trans or gender non-conforming suffer silently and forgotten. Getting funds to organizations and departments that provide and support survivors will allow training for follow-through needed to support LGBTQ survivors properly, because there's a lot of gender-based assumption attached to abusers and survivors, and diversity of options for survivors' recovery is what's crucial. It will also give these institutions help outside of law enforcement, because police aren't what we need in these institutions or in these matters. Funding is what's needed. Survivors actually need safe and reliable resources. We need direct opportunities for funding that are easy, appropriate, and
Time
diverse.
expired.
Thank you so much for allowing me to express my perspective.
Thank you for your testimony. Before I turn to the next panel, I'd like to ask council members to use the raise hand function in Zoom if they have questions for this panel. Seeing no hands raised, we will turn to the next public panel of testimony. In order of speaking, we will have Dania Darwish, Narvada Chitri, and please excuse me for mispronunciations, and please feel free to correctly pronounce your name for the record. Salma Mohammed, Jihai Fisher, Somia El Romam, and Gabriela Sandoval Riquenya. We will start with Dania Darwish.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Dania Darwish, and I'm the founder and the executive director of the ASIA Women's Center. My intentions in participating in this call today is to talk to city council members today to work with me on building power for domestic violence survivors. It's about time we build power for survivors that fall through the cracks of a broken law enforcement system. It's about time that survivors have somewhere to go after they've escaped their abuser and they're asked for ID from a shelter, but they're undocumented, so they're not going to give their ID. They don't have one. And it's about time that women of color no longer suffer through these cracks. The ASIA Women's Center is the first and only survivor-led gender justice advocacy organization in New York City that has a shelter that addresses the gap of appropriate residential services for Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim, South Asian women, and Black, Indigenous people of color. Our mission is to provide temporary housing for domestic violence survivors and women facing eviction. And we do that by connecting under-resourced women in our community to job opportunities, to a range of mental and medical health services, permanent housing, and we hope to empower women to get back on their feet and overcome deeply traumatic circumstances that they've endured at the hands of abusers. We are the people that show up when no one else shows up. We are the people that are in hospital rooms at 1 a.m. after Valentine's Day. When everyone is celebrating love, we're in the hospital rooms at 1 a.m. when all of the other organizations are closed for business promptly at 5 p.m. When the hotlines stop at 8 p.m. We are the people that show up at the hospitals and we pick women up and we take them to a shelter. We are the people that show up to the police stations when a woman is too afraid to report the rape of her abuser. And now she has now had to endure an unwanted pregnancy. And we are the people that respond back to police officers when police officers tell survivors, well, did you want it or did you not want it? So in our 3 years since I founded the organization, the ASSIA Women's Center has played a tremendous role for our community. We've sheltered over 300 women and children, and we've helped connect women to thousands. We've connected thousands of women to services. Our first client actually came through by council member Shahana Hanif. Shahana Hanif, before she was elected into the city council, she picked up a survivor from the hospital. She called me at 12 o'clock, and by 2 a.m., within 2 short hours, this survivor had somewhere to go and had somewhere to stay for months.
Time expired.
Okay, I'm just going to end here by saying that 94% of the women that we serve are people of color, and that women of color are 2 times more likely than the 8 times that it takes people to leave. For women of color, it's 16 times, and that city council funding only gives 1% of funding to Muslim organizations, even though our population is at 10% in New York City. And so I'm looking to build power with city council members, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Narbada Chitri.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prarthana. I'm speaking on behalf of my colleague Narbada Chetri. We are speaking from Adhikar. Adhikar is an immigrant worker center. We are women-led, and we serve and organize the Nepali-speaking community on workers' rights, immigrant rights, access to healthcare, and language justice. We're often referred in the community as our community's 911, the 311 line, and we serve more than 10,000 Nepali-speaking people a year. Most of our members work in the informal sector as nail salon workers, domestic workers, et cetera. And a large majority are women, they're mothers, and they're sole breadwinners for their families. Through these programs and services, we build trust and create pathways for our members to become leaders and advance systemic change, including trafficking survivors. I just wanted to share with you all the story of Suhana, who's one of our member leaders and trafficking survivors today. In 2006, she was 17. Suhana moved from her home in India to New York City to work for an employer and excited for her American dream. Unfortunately, Suhana's passport was seized, and for the next 3 years, she worked more than 16 hours a day and was regularly denied enough food, was forced to sleep on the living room floor, and even though they had vacant bedrooms. Over the course of this entire time, she was only received $120 in total payment for all of these years of work. As a domestic worker, she was in an extremely precarious situation, and she was unable to continue living in the situation. And thankfully, she fled after meeting another domestic worker in the hallways of the apartment that she was living in 2010. She learned about Adhikar and she came here seeking support. At first, she was too scared to publicly share her story to detail the violence that she endured because of this labor trafficking, but with support from her Adhikar family and her desire to ensure that others would not endure a similar fate, she went public, and that act has really empowered other members to publicly share and demand accountability. 12 years later, we're here. Suhana is one of our really strong leaders in the Beyond Survival campaign, where we focus on building leadership and empowering Nepali-speaking trafficking survivors to become agents of change. And through this work, Suhana has become a worker council member of NDWA for 2 years, and she's become an anti-trafficking fellow at Adhikar. She regularly helps develop curriculum to teach other survivor members through peer-to-peer work, know your rights, leadership, and survivor membership counseling. And the survivor members together were a part of winning Intro 339 in the New York City Council last year. Together, we're creating a space for our now 20, almost 30 survivor members to engage in anti-trafficking strategy and movement work that responds to the needs and demands of those directly impacted. None of this work is possible without language justice and immigration case support. I wanted to highlight that. At Adhikar, we see the challenges that our members face in accessing information and services, for example, housing, legal, mental health, due to language and cultural barriers. And
Time expired.
The last piece I wanted to say, within Adhikar, we have to create in language and cultural appropriate resources and training, and why language justice is so important in terms of bridging the barrier. So just a brief summary of our work and to share Sohana's story, I really thank you all for the time and really hope that City Council will continue to fund organizations like ourselves. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Salma Mohammed.
Time starts now.
Hey everyone. I'd like to begin by thanking the Committee on Women and Gender Equity and all of the incredible panelists that have shared their work and their experiences here today. My name is Salma Mohammed, and I'm the Partnership and Capacity Building Specialist at the Arab American Family Support Center. I'm a survivor of gender-based violence, like many of you here today, and I'm a Muslim Arab American daughter of Egyptian immigrants. I'm honored to testify today on behalf of marginalized immigrant and refugee families throughout New York City. At the Arab American Family Support Center, we promote well-being, prevent violence, prepare families to learn, work and succeed, and communicate the experiences and needs of the people we serve. Understanding that our services are more essential than ever, we have expanded our reach across programs and launched new initiatives to meet the heightened need for domestic violence case management support, mental health services, academic enrichment, etc. We welcome all those who are in need, but with 27 years of experience, we have developed a research-driven, community-focused, culturally responsive, and linguistically competent approach to serving New York's growing Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim, and South Asian Amemza communities that have been historically underrepresented and underserved. Our staff is representative of our client base. We speak 36 languages, including Arabic, Bangla, Russian, Spanish, and Urdu, and we take a trauma-informed and intersectional approach to all of our work, enabling us to serve populations that mainstream providers are largely unable to effectively reach. We provide services out of all 5 boroughs, out of 13 physical locations. In 2021, we served 10,000 people. With gender-based violence occurrence and severity on the rise, we saw a 40% increase in demand for our services, and subsequently, our anti-violence program provided case management, crisis intervention, court accompaniments, and safety plan assistance to 1,862 survivors. Since 1994, we have dedicated ourselves to centering the lived intersectional experiences of the communities that we serve in all of our work to ensure we are adequately addressing the issues our communities face. In our work providing direct services, as well as members of a collective with partners such as Saki for South Asian Women and Womankind and the Korean American Family Service Center, we understand the following as barriers to survivors face in accessing services: fear of retaliation by a partner, fear of deportation, incarceration, community isolation, discrimination, trauma, lack of financial resources, limited availability of linguistically accessible mental health services and restorative justice approaches, and housing costs. These issues have historically hit minority women,
Time expired.
transgender and gender nonconforming individuals in severe and distinct ways, and we ask that City Council address this with a culturally competent and linguistically competent approach. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Due to time constraints, I will be adding 2 more witnesses to this panel after Gabriela Rapina, and that will include Rebecca Fisher and Jess Purcell. Jihi Fisher, you may begin.
Starting time.
Right, thank you. My name's Mina Lim, and I'm the Director of Community Engagement and Operations at the Korean American Family Service Center. I'll be speaking on behalf of Chi-Hye Fisher, our Executive Director. Thank you, Chair Caban and members of the Committee on Women and Gender Equity and the New York City Council for giving us the opportunity to testify today. KFSC provides social services to immigrant survivors and their children who are affected by gender-based violence, domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse. All our programs and services are offered in a culturally and linguistically appropriate setting. 98% of our clients are immigrants, 98% are women, and 100% of our staff members are immigrants themselves or children of immigrant parents. Over 95% of our clients' first language is not English and come from low-income backgrounds. KFSC is proud to be an on-site partner at the Queens Family Justice Center, and we have worked with QFJC as an on-site and off-site partner for more than 10 years. We are also grateful for the partnership with Safe Horizon, Mayor's Office to End Gender-Based Violence, and Commissioner Knoll. Our Executive Director, Chi-Hye Fisher, is also an appointed member of the Mayor's Domestic Violence Fatality Review Committee. In 2020, all our best practices and expertise were challenged and stretched in ways we could never have imagined. KFSC never closed its doors to the public. Within the first few months of 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic turned our world upside down and highlighted already existing disparities in our immigrant community in frightening and tragic ways. KFSC's 24-hour hotline saw a 300% increase in call volume within the first 6 weeks of the New York State on pause, with 88% being related to gender-based violence, domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse. In 2019, KFSC received 2,119 calls on our 24-hour bilingual hotline. We surpassed that number in just the first 6 months of 2020 with 2,150 calls to its 24-hour bilingual hotline, met a 49% increase in gender-based violence, domestic violence, and sexual assault, child abuse cases, a drastic increase between January and June with 4,062 calls for the entire 2020. KFSC served 1,957 survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and provided close to 40,000 services to immigrant survivors and their children related to gender-based violence, domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse. We saw an alarming upward trend in not only the frequency of abuse, but also the severity of abuse in addition to children who previously were only witnesses of DV, now becoming primary targets themselves. Our frontline essential workers met the increased need and provided in-person crisis intervention, counseling, case management, and other supportive services, all in a culturally and linguistically appropriate setting. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. We look forward to working with all of you to establish an effective system for all our immigrants and immigrant survivors.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Gabriela Sandoval Requena.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Caban, Council Member Rowley, and all members of the Committee on Women and Gender Equity. Thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of New Destiny Housing. I also want to thank the survivors for their courage to share their experiences. Certainly no one understands this better than them. My name is Gabriela Sandoval Requena. I am the Senior Policy Analyst of New Destiny Housing. Our mission is to end the cycle of abuse and homelessness for domestic violence survivors. And we do this by developing supportive housing for homeless domestic violence survivors, assisting survivors who are fleeing DV to obtain subsidies and find apartments, and by advocating for more housing resources for survivors. New Destiny is also a co-convener of the Family Homelessness Coalition, a broad group of organizations and New Yorkers with lived experience that came together in 2017 with the common goal of tackling homelessness among families in our city. On behalf of New Destiny, I'd like to express our gratitude to Councilmember Caban and the members of the committee for focusing this first oversight hearing of the year on examining the barriers to accessing survivor services in New York City. Today, I'm here to speak about an important hurdle domestic violence survivors are faced with in New York City, that is barriers to housing. As Commissioner Noel mentioned, it is the biggest barrier for survivors to attain safety and stability. According to the most recent federal data, more than 1 in every 4 Americans experiencing family homelessness in the country are in New York City. And the number one driver of family homelessness in New York City is domestic violence. In 2020, more than 9,400 New Yorkers entered the Human Resource Administration domestic violence shelter system, while thousands of other families entered the separate Department of Homeless Services shelter system, identify domestic violence as the primary reason for their homelessness. And with so few housing resources, once in shelter, domestic violence victims are far more likely to exit shelter for another shelter rather than to move to a permanent home. 53% of the families with kids that left HRA domestic violence shelter in 2020 were transferred to other shelters upon reaching their time limit. That is more than 1 in 2 families that left shelter for shelter. Family homelessness is a gender and racial equity issue, as single mothers of color are overwhelmingly impacted. In the DHS system, 94% of families with children are headed by Black or Latinx New Yorker, and 9 out of 10 are headed by women. There is a need and an opportunity for the city to take much needed steps to expand equitable access to housing and address the cycle of trauma for survivors and their children. The city should open the door to HPD homeless set-aside units and city-funded supportive housing to domestic violence survivors. And I'm gonna take a minute to expand on these. The Department of Housing Preservation and Development, HPD, requires developers who receive certain capital subsidy to set aside at least 15% of their units for homeless individuals and families. While this program creates over 2,000 homeless set-aside units annually, none of them are made available to households in the HRA domestic violence shelter system. If I may continue.
You may finish your thought. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So as I was saying, the program creates 2,000 homeless set-aside units annually, but none of them are made available to households in the HRA domestic violence shelter system, youth shelters, or any other population that serves specialized non-DHS shelter. Currently, the only individuals with families in the DHS system can access these units. And this clear inequity based on classification is highly inefficient, since it leaves many apartments unnecessarily vacant for extended period of time. New Destiny urges the city to allow HRA shelter residents equal access to housing. And similarly, domestic violence survivors and their children are excluded from city-funded supportive housing, despite comprising the largest share of New Yorkers in DHS and HRA family shelters. I'm going to leave it at that. We're going to submit written testimony, but on behalf of New Destiny, I would like to thank the council for the opportunity to testify and welcome the opportunity to continue collaborating together. And happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I had inadvertently missed someone earlier, and that would be Jennifer Phillips. I will add them to the end of this panel. Next, we will hear from Rebecca Fisher.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Thank you to Chair Caban, Councilmember Narcisse, and the Committee on Women and Gender Equity for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Rebecca Fisher, and I'm the Executive Director of New Yorkers Against Gun Violence. New Yorkers Against Gun Violence is a statewide nonprofit organization, and for over 25 years, we've been advocating for sensible gun violence prevention policies and programs at the state, local, and federal levels. Today, I'm testifying in support of this resolution, calling upon the New York State Legislature to pass and the governor to sign Senate Bill 7573, Assembly Bill 8619A, sponsored by State Senator Zelnor Myrie and Assemblymember Damon Meeks. This state legislation would expand eligibility for victims and survivors of gun violence and other crimes to fairly access the state's Victim Compensation Fund. Despite New York's relatively strong gun safety laws, gun violence is a growing public health crisis in New York, and it's been made worse by the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic led to a rise in gun sales and illegal gun trafficking into New York from weak gun law states. COVID-19 has also caused unemployment and poverty to surge and deepened other systemic inequities in the poorest sections of New York State cities, from housing to education to healthcare. These factors, combined with easy access to guns, has caused a spike in gun violence that has disproportionately impacted Black and Brown New Yorkers. According to the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services, the number of New Yorkers killed or injured by gun violence in 2021 has nearly doubled the number of New Yorkers killed pre-pandemic in 2019. Before and during the pandemic, gun violence has disproportionately impacted Black and Brown Americans, including Black and Brown New Yorkers, who are 10 times more likely than white Americans to be victims of gun homicide. Black Americans under the age of 25 are 18 times more likely than young white Americans to be victims of gun violence. It is clear that we need a comprehensive plan with evidence-based solutions to tackle this complex epidemic. And this includes ensuring that Black and Brown LGBTQ+ victims and survivors of gun violence are equitably and adequately compensated for the physical, emotional, and financial harm and injuries that each individual person has suffered. Victims' compensation is essential support for survivors of gun violence. The funds are a critical remedy and a form of justice as they cover costs due to the impact of violence. These funds are also essential because they help disrupt and end cycles of violence and incarceration. Research has shown that when a person is a victim of gun violence, which includes witnessing a shooting or losing a loved one, there is an increased risk and probability that this individual will be a victim again or may engage themselves in gun violence. National studies have shown that being a victim of a crime as a child increases the likelihood of an arrest as a teenager by 53% and of arrest for a violent crime as an adult by 38%. On the other hand, studies also indicate that when survivors of gun violence are compensated and they do receive the support they need and are entitled to, they are more likely to thrive and less likely to become engaged in the criminal justice system. The Federal Victims of Crimes Act allocates funding to New York State's Office of Victim Services each year to directly reimburse crime victims for crime-related expenses, such as medical expenses, including mental health care, funeral and burial-related costs, lost income and unemployment, and other relevant costs related to this harm. However, under our current law in New York State, many victims of gun violence, particularly those from communities of color and other marginalized communities, do not have equitable access to the state's funds appropriated by VOCA. In order to qualify for victim compensation, a claimant is required to report the crime to law enforcement, file for compensation with 1 year of the date of that crime, and cooperate with law enforcement in an ongoing investigation of the crime. And a substantial percentage of crime victims, as many of the crime victims that have testified in this hearing have said, do not report to law enforcement and or do not report within the requisite period of time. Too frequently, Black and Brown and LGBTQ community members, immigrants, women who are victims of domestic abuse, and other marginalized New Yorkers do not report due to justified mistrust of law enforcement and or fear of retaliation from their abusers.
Thank you. Excuse me.
I have two more sentences that I want to include about the bill, please. To provide greater access to victims and survivors of violence who would otherwise be disproportionately barred from financial compensation, this state bill will expand eligibility of victims and survivors of qualifying crimes in 3 major ways. It will lengthen the amount of time outside of having good cause for delay that a victim is required to file a claim with OVS. Lengthen the amount of time that a victim is required to report a crime to proper authorities, and expand the type of evidence victims may use to show that a qualified crime has occurred. Thank you to this council for supporting this resolution, and I urge the state to pass this bill as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Jess Persaud.
Starting time.
Hi. Thank you. Hi, I'm Jessica Persaud. I'm Director of Policy at Common Justice. First, I want to thank Chair Caban for hosting this hearing, as well as Councilmember Narcisse for sponsoring the resolution that's before the committee today. Common Justice operates the first alternative to incarceration for violent felonies in the nation. We also operate a victim service program where we become very familiar with victim compensation. Victim compensation is funding that compensates victims of crime for expenses associated with that crime, including hospital expenses, replacement of essential personal property, burial expenses, everything that really helps victims of crime regain stability after experiencing a traumatic event. However, in New York State, there are many barriers that restrict access to many marginalized communities, the most pervasive being that there is a law enforcement reporting requirement, which essentially makes victims have to file a police report in order to file for victim compensation. In the US, over 50% of violent victimizations go unreported every year. These numbers are reflected in multiple different states because marginalized communities and those members occupy the biggest number of unreported crimes. New York State's recognized this as an issue because in 2019, there was an executive order that was executed that lifted the reporting requirement for domestic violence victims to access victim comp because they knew that this was an issue. But since the state of emergency has ended, the EO has expired, and that reporting requirement is not only endowed on domestic violence victims, but all victims of crime in New York State. So because of that, Common Justice and its partners, many of which are here today and have testified, and we're very appreciative of that, formed the Victim Fair Access to Victim Compensation campaign, which is a statewide campaign aimed at educating the public and lawmakers on the victim compensation program, as well as the barriers that exist. And we hope to propose many legislative bills to address these barriers. So the first bill that's associated with the campaign is the one that's reflected in the resolution today, which would essentially remove the reporting requirements by providing for alternative forms of evidence, including victim attestation, witness attestation, statements from physicians, statements from victim service providers, as well as video and photographic evidence that could be used in lieu of a police report. If passed, this bill would create a great amount of access to marginalized communities that would otherwise be barred due to the current eligibility requirements. And it's also a very important first step to decoupling law enforcement from victim services. So thank you for letting us testify today.
Thank you for your testimony. Before I turn to the last panelist, I'd like to acknowledge that we have been joined by Councilmember Hanif. Next, we will hear from Jasmine Bowden, who is listed under Jennifer Phillips.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon, Committee Chair Riley and all present. My name is Jasmine Bowden, and I am a community member of the New York City Anti-Violence Project. I am a survivor of violence. I am here to talk about the barriers to services and resources for survivors. Violence against transgender, non-conforming, and non-binary people in New York is up. And to emphasize, as people said before, 2021 is the highest it's been in decades. The relationship we had with the police has been volatile since Stonewall. We in the LGBT community have never had a good relationship with the police because of transphobia, homophobia, and racism. So a lot of LGBTQ survivors do not report violence directly to the police. On top of that, if they are detained by the police, they experience violence in custody and from predators when they get out of incarceration. The resources we need as survivors are not available to us because often we are asked to go to the police first. Many LGBTQ survivors are fearful of law enforcement and therefore miss out on services. That's why I also support Resolution 153 to remove these barriers so more survivors can access funds. Everyone is aware of the NYPD Vice $18 million budget. Some of this money must be diverted to organizations who provide services to survivors of violence. Many sex workers are survivors and don't receive the services, care, and resources they need. Survivors suffer financial instability, which makes them more unsafe. Solutions and more financial support is needed. Housing is a major priority that can stop violence, especially for sex workers. LGBTQ survivors deserve more safe ways to report violence and get support through organizations like AVP. Hopefully you'll champion the opportunity to get survivor support without the barriers we currently face. Thank you again for your time and attention. Jasmine Bowden from the New York City Anti-Violence Project. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Now I will ask council members to use the raise hand function in Zoom if they have any questions for this panel. Seeing no hands, I will turn to the next public panel. In order of speaking, we'll hear from Andy Bowen, Jared Trujillo, Laura Russell, and Diane Arengo. Andy Bowen, you may begin when the sergeant gives you the cue.
Starting time.
Thank you so much. My name is Andrea Bowen. My pronouns are she, her, and hers, and I am Associate Director of Government Affairs at Sex Workers Project at the Urban Justice Center. I'm also a transgender woman and testifying in solidarity with Black, Latinx, Indigenous, and other transgender people of color who are survivors of violence. Thank you, Chair Caban. Thank you, Councilmember Riley, for your support and stepping in the moment of need. And thank you to all council members and staff present. The Sex Workers Project of the Urban Justice Center, which I'll refer to as SWP, works in collaboration and part of impacted communities, and we offer legal advocacy to survivors of human trafficking and people who engage in sex work, regardless of whether they do so by choice, circumstance, or coercion. We want to thank Councilmember Narcisse for her resolution calling upon New York legislature to pass and the governor to sign a 8619A and S7573. Our legal staff has found it really challenging to get our survivors and recipients of our legal services any funding through a state office of victim services. And of course, that is compounded by the structural barriers faced by the communities specifically listed within the resolution. So we are extremely supportive of this resolution and really grateful for you supporting the state legislature's work on this and also adding your own voices to this. As to the broader subject of today's discussion, while it might not be obvious to everyone, Sex Workers Project feels it really important to ensure that we talk about dismantling NYPD's Vice unit. And to doing so for some mutually reinforcing arguments. One, the Vice Enforcement Division, which they're rebranding themselves as Human Trafficking Vice or Vice Human Trafficking. It needs to be disbanded, even if it has reduced its prostitution-related arrests and is claiming to refocus on trafficking. It maintains officers who are violent and coercive towards survivors. That's both historically and recently. They've also been flat funded for the last several fiscal years at $18.2 million exclusive of overtime, and that funding will be better directed towards truly trauma-informed services for survivors, not what Vice is currently doing, which is not trauma-informed care. And Vice's funding should be redistributed to organizations as determined by sex workers, sex worker and trafficking survivors. Vice, just to go through a couple examples in my remaining few seconds, there's a remarkable ProPublica article from December 2020 that outlines their history. Even in the last summer, we heard stories about them basically stalking a trafficking survivor who didn't want their services, and also jailing someone who had successfully pursued a vacatur motion for trafficking or for sex work or prostitution while sorry, my brain is not working. For prostitution whilst being trafficked. Vice referred to her as a whore and threw out her drugs or her medications that she had with her. We just hear endless stories of even if Vice isn't arresting people, them harassing people. And if they engage in human trafficking work, it is coercive. So we ask that the city continuously stop supporting spending on Vice activities and spend that money on services as guided by the sex worker community. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Jared Trujillo.
Hi, good afternoon. I'll be brief. My name is Jared Trujillo. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm policy counsel at the New York Civil Liberties Union. And I want to briefly talk to you about the overcriminalization and over-incarceration of survivors of violence. We know that nationwide, and particularly in New York, about 86% of incarcerated women and non-binary folks are survivors of violence. About 77% of those are survivors of intimate partner violence. And we know that 47% of Black trans women are incarcerated at some point of their lives, largely as over-criminalized survivors. This criminalization matters beyond just being thrown into a cage. But there are several collateral consequences going from potential child welfare complications and potentially losing one's kids, to immigration consequences, to the inability to access housing, to the inability to access another job, and to the inability to access childcare. All those collateral consequences make someone more likely to be recriminalized. It makes someone more likely to be re-victimized. It makes it more likely that these same cycles that we're trying to end just get perpetuated. There are several ways that survivors are over-criminalized, but one of the ways I want to talk about is through the Vice Squad. Ms. Bowen previously just spoke about the Vice Squad, but Vice is a unit within the NYPD that is supposed to be engaged in preventing trafficking. However, what we actually know Vice to do is almost all of the people that they actually go after are sex workers, are people that are engaged in unlicensed massage, and are even survivors of trafficking. This isn't new. The sins of vice have been known by this city since the Mullen Commission investigated vice back in 1970. The same thing happened when the city investigated vice in the 1990s. In 2017, when Vice allegedly changed their focus from going after sex workers to going after people that were involved in the coercive sex trade, that is not what Vice did. That exact same year, 7 of about 96 Vice officers were caught engaging in a coercive trafficking ring. 2 years later, Yang Song lost her life to coercive Vice practices. 2 years before that, Michael Golden in the Vice Squad was also found to be weaponizing his badge to go after sex workers, massage workers, and survivors of trafficking. So we really need to think about, the city really needs to think about, why is it funding Vice to the tune of $18.2 million per year? That money could be better served by serving the same communities that have been long targeted by Vice. In addition, there are several other ways that the city can support survivors. As other people have noted, we need to be decoupling law enforcement from receiving services. We also need to make sure that people who, and I'm wrapping up really quickly, we also need to make sure that people that have open cases are able to access services. We know that the binaries between perpetrators of domestic violence and survivors and victims of domestic violence are not always those clean-cut differences that we think of. There are many instances where survivors of violence are criminalized, and they are actually paying court fees that go to their abuser. So we really need to make sure that we are also funding services for people with open cases, and make sure that we are decoupling law enforcement from receiving services. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Laura Russell.
Starting
Good
time.
afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon. And thank you, members of the Committee on Women and Gender Equity, for having this hearing. My name is Laura Russell, and I'm the Director of the Family Domestic Violence Unit at the Legal Aid Society. The Legal Aid Society is the oldest and largest provider of legal assistance to low-income families and individuals in the United States. We operate 14 neighborhood offices and citywide units to assist residents in all 5 boroughs of New York, providing comprehensive legal assistance. We're grateful for the opportunity to testify before the committee regarding access to resources for victim survivors of New York City. I want to begin with discussing the need for a local multilingual media campaign to counteract the damage done by the Trump administration's harmful police policies against non-citizen survivors. New York City is still reeling from this damage. Despite New York City's Executive Order 41, this has had a profound impact on immigrant survivors of domestic violence, trafficking, and sexual assault, who feared that they could face deportation if they contacted the police. It pushed survivors back into the shadows and left many of them vulnerable to further abuse and exploitation. Survivors seeking protection orders and child support refused to go and dropped their civil cases for fear of deportation. The Trump policies penalize low-income immigrant communities trying to access public benefits as well. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated these rates of intimate partner violence and human trafficking, and there's much work ahead. We urge the council to provide the city with funding to engage in a multilingual media campaign to reassure vulnerable immigrant survivors that New York City remains a sanctuary city and that they can seek help from the police and access our courts. It is in New York City's best interest to create as many avenues as possible for undocumented survivors of intimate partner violence to obtain lawful status and citizenship. One way to do this is by issuing law enforcement certifications, often called a U visa. Unfortunately, in New York City, ACS, Family Courts, NYPD, and the 5 boroughs District Attorney's Office, all of whom have embraced the notion of issuing U certifications, have made it difficult for survivors. Some law enforcement agencies, specifically the NYPD, will wait for the district attorney's office to issue them. District attorney's offices will fail to provide them unless and until the case is completely closed and the survivor has assisted in the case. The NYPD also runs routine background checks on individuals, thus denying use certifications to anyone who may have had a criminal record. We would encourage local law enforcement agencies to rethink these use certification gatekeeping policies in order to more fully embrace the promise that the federal U program offers to as many vulnerable New Yorkers as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Diane Arango.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Caban and members of the New York City Council Committee on Women and Gender Equity. Thank you for the chance to testify today on barriers to accessing services for survivors and for the agency that I work for. My name is Diane Arango. I am a social worker for Bronx Community Solutions, a program for the Center for Core Innovation. The center conducts original research, operates direct service programs, and offers technical assistance on justice reforms across New York City, with a vision to reduce unnecessary and harmful involvement in the justice system wherever possible and build safety through sustainable community-driven solutions. Bronx Community Solutions is both a core and community-based program. I work for the Alternatives to Incarceration Department. My main duty with the department is working with the Human Trafficking Intervention Court. I've worked with many clients who are both engaged in sex work and were or are trafficked. And the many barriers I have noticed the clients I work with are experiencing are immigration, education, employment, housing, sexual identity, discrimination, substance use, language barrier, access to benefits, their voices are not heard, and fear. Within BCS, there are barriers as well. The biggest barrier is that I'm located inside the courthouse, and clients have expressed fear coming into the office. Even though the arrest rate has gone down, that can be a barrier because I'm not getting clients. And it's also a great thing because that numbers of arrests are decreasing. Although folks don't have to be arrested to get services, this can limit my approach and outreach to this and other potential clients. Our services are short-term and former clients do not stay connected because to them, they have met their mandate. But there is much more work to be done if they stay longer. At the Center's Bronx Human Trafficking Intervention Court, referrals continue to go down due to the meaningful and shared understandings of the harms traditional punitive system impose on survivors. The Center's Bronx Community Solutions pivoted to pilot Bronx healing and empowerment through advocacy and leadership. With the assistance of the Center and the Office for Victims of Crime, Project Heal has been developed to further our services, change our typical approach, and engage clients voluntarily and non-voluntarily to give them a voice and the change they want to see through rigorous programming that would involve support, education, advocacy, and leadership skills. By bridging the gap between community and institutions, programs like Project Heal would allow for survivors to meaningfully reimagine systems. Project Heal is a survivor leadership and peer support initiative for human trafficking survivors. Driven by an advisory council comprised of survivors and national experts, Project Heal engages survivors in designing a national leadership training program centered on their unique needs and diverse experiences. Bronx Project Heal is rooted in an understanding of best practices, extensive consulting with local leaders, and interviews with practitioners.
Time expired.
I just have one more sentence to go. HTIC is a council-funded program seeking renewal and redesign funding this year. I am available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Riley. This is Malcolm Budahorn, Counsel for the Education Committee and the backup moderator for Chloe today. She had to step away, so I'm going to continue the hearing. Next, we're going to hear from Patrick Boyle, Volunteers of America, Greater New York. And the panel after that will be legal service providers, Megan Downs, Brooklyn Defender Services, Kelly Grace Price, Close Rosies, Jane Manning, Women's Equal Justice Project, and Naomi Young, New York City Domestic Violence and Consumer Law Working Group. But we'll now turn to Patrick Boyle.
Starting time.
Thank you so much. I want to thank Chair Caban for hosting this hearing on such an important issue. and the other members of the committee for being present and hearing everyone's testimony today. My name is Patrick Boyle. I'm Assistant Vice President for Public Policy with Volunteers of America, Greater New York. We're a human services organization, a nonprofit developer of affordable and supportive housing. And we run 66 programs in the region across helping a variety of populations, one of which is people experiencing domestic violence. So we have 7 residences for survivors and people leaving domestic violence situations that are in the 5 boroughs of New York City at this point. And so, in talking with our staff and the people that we serve, we just wanted to sort of offer some of the following perspective on some of the barriers to entry that is the subject of this hearing. So as many others who have testified today have said, that initial touch point that people experience that are wanting to leave a situation is very, very important. So, we've heard from clients, whether it's law enforcement, medical professionals, that sometimes that initial touch point is very negative. And people being told, well, why don't you pray about the situation or give him another chance and things like that. So we definitely need better training across the board for people to have a better initial touch point with people so that they're, ready to accept services and kind of ready to take that step and have it be positive. Housing issues are a major issue as we work to get people from temporary residential shelters to permanent housing. So the housing crisis and the housing shortage is a major problem. And along with a lot of other advocates, we're very, very concerned about the lack of increased housing capital funding in the mayor's budget proposal, as well as 3% cut to various agencies that touch upon this problem, which is going to have a drastic impact. Length of stay is 180 days for residential DV programs in the city. We've heard from our staff and clients that that's simply not enough in many cases. There's a process that's addressing years of trauma in many instances, and really, working to get clients on good financial footing, working to get people, like I said, into access into permanent affordable housing. And so, we think there should be a looking at that 180-day process and that sort of policy in place to see what makes the most sense on an individual basis. There's a number of other things that, including undocumented status is a huge barrier to services and to entry for our clients. So I would point the members of this committee to their written submitted testimony, which touches upon a lot more of these issues. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. At this time, I'd like to ask council members if they have any questions for this panel to use the raise hand function in Zoom. Seeing no council member questions at this time, I will move on to the next public panel, which Malcolm already listed, so thank you for that. We will hear from Megan Downs.
Starting time.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Megan Downs, and I am the Associate Director of Social Work in the Family Defense Practice at Brooklyn Defender Services. Brooklyn Defender Services is a public defense office dedicated to providing outstanding representation and advocacy free of cost to people facing loss of freedom, family separation, and other serious legal harms. We thank the committee and Chair Caban for the opportunity to testify today about the barriers victims face in accessing services in New York City. Nearly all of the people we represent have experienced or witnessed violence at home, in our neighborhoods and communities, or at the hands of the state. For many, experiences of violence and exploitation are a direct cause of court involvement. Instead of receiving services, many victims of domestic, intimate partner violence, and gender-based violence, particularly Black and Brown women and girls, are punished for their survival and response to trauma. The pipeline of victims into the criminal, legal, family court, and immigration systems has had a chilling effect on people experiencing DV. Many New Yorkers do not seek services when experiencing violence due to the fear of becoming entangled in the legal system themselves or of causing system involvement for their families. In our written testimony, we highlight many barriers victims face, but in my limited time, I'd like to highlight the impact of the family regulation system on people experiencing DV. Thousands of families in New York face the possibility of separation due to a wide range of circumstances, including intimate partner violence. While the law in New York State states that a child cannot be removed from their home because their parent is experiencing domestic violence, ACS frequently uses allegations of DV to closely monitor and surveil families for long periods of time. Once in court, families often face prolonged separation and years of supervision by ACS. To address this pipeline of victims into the family court systems, BDS has specialized services to work with parents through 2 city council funded initiatives. First, Dove Funding supports a social worker in our family defense practice and has enabled us to develop a specialization to provide supportive case management and crisis intervention services for victims of DV. This has allowed us to build relationships with other grantees and educate other service providers, specifically mandated reporters, on the human impact of reporting suspected abuse or neglect and the rights parents have at each step in the process. Secondly, our early defense team provides advocacy to parents during the initial stages of an ACS investigation with the goal of avoiding court filings that have a harsh impact on families. Our team of attorneys and social workers work closely with victims to safety plan, access emergency services, find temporary housing and childcare arrangements, refute false allegations, and help inform parents of their rights at early stages of an ACS investigation. Parents experiencing DV should not have to be worried about losing custody of their children or being subject to long and invasive investigations and court proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Kelly Grace Price.
Starting time.
Hi, everybody. This is Kelly Grace Price from Close Rosies. Thank you so much, Councilmember Caban, for convening this hearing. Thank you so much to the few council members that have stuck around to listen to this fantastic group of survivors. I'm so sorry to hear about Councilmember Caban's dog. My prayers are with them. I'll turn in my written testimony. Here are my 6 main points that I'd like to make today. Family Justice Services, Family Justice Center services are often denied to survivors. We are literally banned from the centers. There is a cherry-picked class of survivors in this town, and the borough DAs and NYPD are still the gatekeepers to this privileged status of being able to seek services from the Family Justice Centers. It's the dirty secret that law enforcement horse trades survivors' rights to squeeze abusers for intel on other unrelated investigations, and we are left in the cracks. Confidential informants and law enforcement community literally are not held accountable for their IPV crimes against us, and their victims, such as myself, are turned away from the Family Justice Centers. We need real data on special victims case complaints results. We don't have any idea on case closures and results from borough DAs after NYPD hands over cases that even make it that far. So we have no idea how many of us are being horse traded. Council Member Caban, let's get Intro 1488 revised and heard stat. We really need this data. It's a building block for all of this work. I heard Council Member Caban ask if anyone actually tracked SUV complaints allegedly committed by NYPD officers, and I heard Commissioner Noel say no, but in fact there is data on open data. It's data by city agency, by SVU complaint, all included in my testimony, and there is data on crimes committed, allegedly SVU crimes by NYPD. It only runs from 2006 until 2014, and then they stopped providing that data. But someone at some time was keeping that, and I'm surprised to hear that Commissioner Noel didn't know about it. The number of unique Family Justice Center encounters is 42,000 from last year, according to Commissioner Noel, but not 42,000 people. And NYPD reports only SVU cases opened, not complaints made. So it's impossible to assess the efficacy of the Family Justice Center's reach with all this monkey business with the SVU data. We have no idea how many people are actually making complaints and actually trying to seek justice using the criminal law enforcement apparatus, because we're only given SVU data on the number of complaints opened. And this is a new thing. They just started this about 2 years ago, and I want to raise the flag about this. On this point about data, SVU data, none of the data meshes, the data provided by the mayor. So anyway, the data doesn't mesh. Also, I want to talk just very quickly, if you'll indulge me, about the criminal justice legal system. New York City cages more women per capita than any other city in the world. We need to think about this. 78% of us actually walk free after our detention, and there are no services for us. The only services are for people in reentry, post-conviction, post-imprisonment, post-release, or people that take ATI programs. But 78% of us who are detained and caged walk free, and there are no services for us. There are zero services for the 78% of us who are not convicted or who do not take a plea. I'll include this data, of course, in my testimony. I have a lot of things to say, but I'm going to skip to my very last point. I'm skipping over 3 really whopper ones, and I'm sorry, but please indulge me. No one is talking about how the law enforcement databases are barriers to us getting services. For years, the NYPD and borough DAs ran an algorithm that alleged to be able to discern who was a true survivor and who was a fabricator of SVU allegations. No one is talking about this. No one is talking about how many of us were labeled as fabricators and are still labeled as fabricators in the law enforcement databases. No one's talking about those databases. And also finally, how Clearview is linked up to the NYPD databases and tracks sex workers and gives law enforcement predators quick access to sex workers in their communities. No one's talking about these issues. I know that Chloe and Madhuri are very familiar with my detailed data graphs and my detailed testimony. So look forward, this is going to be a whopper, and I look forward to discussing it with the committee. Thank you so much for indulging me with the extra time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Jane Manning.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much to Chair Caban, and thank you to all members of the City Council. And a special thank you also to our wonderful City Council staff who do your work so often unseen and unheard, but not unappreciated. Thank you for your hard work to make these hearings so effective. My name is Jane Manning. I'm director of the Women's Equal Justice Project, and my organization assists survivors of sexual assault who are seeking assistance from law enforcement in response to sexual assault. And as we know, too often encounter a response that is badly flawed. And that's what I want to address today. Criminal justice is only one of the many tools that we want to be able to use to support survivors, but it is one essential tool, and it's a tool that survivors turn to, and they want it to work for them when they turn to it. And that's not happening right now. As we know from previous hearings held by this council, including one most recently in October, there's a lot of room for improvement in NYPD's Special Victims Unit. It was reported last week that the NYPD Special Victims Unit is going to be getting a new commanding officer. This new commanding officer will be the 4th commanding officer of the Special Victims Unit in less than 4 years. And we really want to draw the attention of the City Council to how important it is that, that our new commissioner get this pick right. So we're asking our friends and allies in the council who have relationships with our new mayor and with his administration and with our new police commissioner to really make sure to flag this issue for them. This decision over leadership is hugely important. We need someone who will be a master investigator, who will be a top-notch manager, but also who will be deeply compassionate and committed to the kind of victim-centered, supportive investigations that we know survivors want and deserve. And we need it to be someone who is going to be able to make the desperately needed repairs to a badly dysfunctioning division. Survivors of sexual assault who seek out law enforcement services, they understand whether they're getting good work from their detective or not. The advocates know what we know because we hear from them. And we hope this will be a chance finally to get this crucial decision right. It's a chance for a new start under a new administration. And we're asking our friends in the City Council to please do anything you can do, use any influence you have behind the scenes or in front of the scenes to help us make sure that our new administration gets this very important decision right. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Last on this panel, we will hear from Naomi Young.
Starting time.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this panel, to Chair Caban and the rest of the committee, and to all the survivors who took the time to testify today. I am a staff attorney at Her Justice, which is a nonprofit organization providing free legal help to women living in poverty in New York City. But I'm also speaking today in my capacity as the co-chair of the New York City Domestic Violence and Consumer Law Working Group. This working group was established and is still supported by Fordham Law School's Feerick Center for Social Justice, and it brings together legal and social services advocates from across New York City to holistically address the intersection of domestic violence and consumer debt in connection with economic abuse, consumer debt, and credit reporting issues. And we do so through trainings, through clinics at shelters, and through working together to create an interdisciplinary approach. Economic abuse is defined as abuse involving behavior or tactics that control a person's ability to acquire, use, and maintain economic resources. We as advocates see it appearing as interference with someone's employment or education, prohibiting a survivor's access to family income, identity theft, or a much more gray area we call coerced debt, which is defined as either debt that an abuser takes out in a victim's name without their knowledge or consent, or debt that the abuser pressures, threatens, or manipulates a victim into taking out in their own name. And this occurs not only within intimate partner violence relationships, but also in other abusive positions of trust, such as between a child, elderly, or disabled person and their caretaker. And such abuse causes financial devastation and traumatizes survivors years after they leave an abusive situation. Our working group did a study about 3 years ago that showed that 1 in 3 survivors who seek domestic violence related legal services also have a consumer debt issue. Resulting credit damage interferes with a survivor's ability to obtain housing and financial stability and ultimately leave poverty. In fact, the #1 reason that survivors in national studies report for not leaving abusive relationships is because they can't afford to leave or to stay safe after leaving if they do so. The importance of approaching this holistically is because of the dearth of legal services in New York City and other services. Only 4% of defendants with consumer credit transaction cases in New York City civil courts were represented by counsel in 2018. And the reason I'm quoting from 2018 is that's the most recent data from the courts. During the pandemic, of course, we are stretched thinner than ever as we strive to meet rising demands with limited resources during a time of economic crisis. And even rarer are services providers who are cross-trained to meet the intersecting needs. Thank you. I'll just finish my thought. Arising from economic abuse. Our working group is submitting written testimony with a list of recommendations to the council and the committee on how the city council may support efforts at the state and city level, including by creating and funding unrestricted cash assistance programs for survivors, supporting efforts to define coerced debt in the law, and creating interagency task force on economic abuse in order to address these unaddressed needs. I'd also like to highlight the importance of looking at supporting survivors in getting police reports for identity theft, because this is vital for identity theft advocacy. Thank you again for your time, and we would like to offer ourselves as a continuing resource for the committee going forward.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes this public panel. I'd like to remind council members to use the raise hand function in Zoom if they have any questions for this panel. Seeing no raised hands, we'll move on to the next panel. In order of speaking, we will have Jennifer Feinberg, Francesca Rossi, Maria Lizardo, and Linda Lopez. Jennifer, you may begin.
Starting time.
My name is Jennifer Feinberg, and I'm a litigation supervisor at the Center for Family Representation. Thank you, Chair Caban and the committee for giving us the opportunity to testify today. CFR is the county-wide assigned family defense provider representing parents prosecuted for neglect and abuse by ACS in Queens and Manhattan family courts. Since our founding, we've represented over 12,000 parents. Each year, about 20% of CFR's clients identify as survivors of domestic violence. Thanks in large part to the DOVE funding we receive from City Council, CFR is able to assign a social worker to support every survivor of domestic violence we represent, alongside a family defense attorney and parent advocates who are parents who have direct experience being prosecuted by ACS, losing their children to the foster system, and safely reunifying their families. Through CFR's work with survivors of domestic violence, we see the barriers and struggles survivors face in finding appropriate and necessary supports and resources to leave unsafe relationships while remaining united with their children. Survivors are often reluctant to disclose their situations or seek assistance out of fear, shame, and lack of adequate support. The low-income Black and Brown survivors CFR serves grapple with the added fear that they will be reported to ACS and their children will be removed if they seek help from the police, mental health providers, or domestic violence support groups. All of these purported supports are mandated reporters required to report suspicions of child neglect. But while many mandated reporters believe they are reporting the perpetrator of domestic violence, once ACS becomes involved, they will often assert allegations not only against the perpetrator, but against the survivor as well. Instead of offering support, mandated reporters and ACS often add additional strain on survivors and their families. Once ACS is involved, CFR has found the biggest barriers for survivors to be finding safe housing and appropriate counseling services. For survivors without financial resources, domestic violence shelters or NYCHA safety transfers are the only options. But to access domestic violence shelters, survivors often have to call the shelter's hotline day after day until housing becomes available. This is a burdensome process and can discourage survivors from seeking help. Similarly, obtaining a new apartment through a NYCHA safety transfer can take months. CFR's clients also experience challenges with identifying domestic violence counseling services. During the pandemic, CFR social work staff have found long wait lists of up to 4 months before the clients can be assigned a therapist. For survivors with ACS involvement, lack of suitable living arrangements and delays in beginning counseling can prevent a parent from having more regular and frequent visitation with their child and delay reunification of the family. Time is of the essence when it comes to ensuring survivors feel safe and are getting the immediate support they need, as well as to ensure that survivors and their children can live safely together. We hope that City Council will continue to support survivors of domestic violence by directing financial support to survivors to allow them to better access safe housing and services, as well as by supporting the programs like CFR that serve them. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Jennifer Feinberg. Oh, I apologize. Next, we'll hear from Maria Lizardo.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Caban and members of the Women and Gender Equity Committee for hosting this hearing and allowing me to testify. I am Maria Lizardo, the Executive Director of NIMIC. NIMIC is a settlement house that since 1979 has been providing services to community members who reside or are connected to the communities of Upper Manhattan and the Bronx. We focus on 6 service areas: housing, immigration, benefits and finance, education and career services, health, and holistic services. In 1998, in response to the high number of domestic incident reports and the fact that 3 women had been murdered in our neighborhood, we started and founded our domestic violence program. Most of them immigrant women, and we provide non-residential services using an interdisciplinary model where legal and social services come together to support survivors. In fiscal year 21, we served 265 unique survivors, and 61% of them are currently accessing other services, which really highlights the need and the importance of providing holistic services. Domestic violence survivors face barriers, including accessing legal, social, and other support services. Immigrants, though, face additional barriers, language barriers, and lack of culturally competent, inclusive services among social programs. Benefits offices and law enforcement prevent survivors from making that first vital contact or from being properly heard. Survivors left out of their homes and left as sole providers struggle to secure affordable housing and emergency funding and risk turning to the shelter system. Undocumented survivors do not qualify for individual benefits, and those with kids will forego applying for benefits for fear of deportation. They don't take safety measures, including not calling the police or obtaining emergency care at hospitals. Some survivors do not report domestic violence out of fear that they will be blamed. And last but not least, limited free legal services impacts their ability to go through family court proceedings, including child support, visitation, accessing immigration benefits and relief efforts that they're eligible for, and of course, preventing evictions. I'll give you a short story. Marisol, a participant in our domestic violence project, was referred by one of her colleagues. Originally from Mexico, only 24 years old, had 2 children. She was extremely fearful of her abusive partner, who had been physically, sexually, emotionally, and financially abusive. She was immediately assigned a counselor at NMIC, providing counseling, safety planning, and crisis intervention. Her counselor advocated for her to be placed into shelter, translated all information on the shelter process, and provided emotional support. She had called NYPD, but later found out that the full severity of the incident had not been conveyed in the domestic incident report. Our domestic violence attorney connected her with NYPD Special Victims Unit, and she was then able to report the full extent of the abuse. Her abuser was finally arrested. This is just a story that highlights the need and importance of providing holistic services, and we ask the council to continue to support the Dove Initiative, not to cut it, but we need an enhancement in order to provide services to survivors. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Before I turn to the last panelist, I'd like to just let everyone know the order of witnesses for the next panel. We will hear from Emily Miles, Maureen Curtis, Leah Faria, Teal Nzunza, and Taikina Chowdhury. Last on this panel, we will now turn to Linda Lopez.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Lopez, and I am Deputy Director of the Legal Center Sanctuary for Families, New York State largest provider of comprehensive services exclusively for gender violence survivors and their children. Sanctuary reaches 7,000 to 10,000 survivors of domestic violence, trafficking, and other forms of gender violence annually through our comprehensive clinical, shelter, legal, job training, and direct financial assistance services. Our clients are overwhelmingly low-income women and families of color, immigrants, and single mothers. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been increased gender violence, including intimate partner homicide, sexual violence, and cybersexual abuse. Because of this, our clients have needed heightened assistance from systems such as family law, social services, and criminal justice that were very difficult, if not impossible, to access. Moreover, the majority of survivors we work with have faced other exacerbated challenges related to the pandemic, in addition to the trauma of abuse, increased food and housing insecurity, court closures and delays, childcare and custody concerns, a steep digital divide, undocumented immigrants' exclusion from most public relief efforts, and spikes in anti-Black and anti-Asian violence. Though Sanctuary does everything it can to expand accessibility to survivor services, there are persistent barriers that make it difficult for survivors to get the support that they need. First, for survivors with legal cases, language access in the courts has been an ongoing issue. A lack and limited availability of court interpreters, important signage being written only in English, and antiquated court websites mean that many of our clients do not have equal access to justice before their court appearances even begin. One of the primary obstacles to our clients facing permanent housing post-shelter is navigating the city thefts voucher system. Though the voucher increase in September 2021 was crucial, many survivors are excluded from the rental assistance program due to the apartment sizes and income restrictions. Also, frequent turnover of HRA and staff vacancies that are never filled have resulted in long processing delays for survivors seeking vouchers or other public assistance. The digital divide is another significant barrier for low-income New Yorkers, which has been further highlighted by the pandemic and has particularly dangerous consequences for survivors. Without reliable internet, a laptop, or a cell phone, it is increasingly challenging for survivors, many of whom are already very isolated as a result of the abuse to access services. Beyond service access, the digital divide inhibits job searching, remote schooling, housing applications, and connectivity to family members outside New York City. We are grateful for the efforts that NGPV has made to access family barriers in New York City. Finally, city contracting issues have had serious ramifications on survivor services. Therefore, we ask the council to revise City FEP's housing voucher guidelines to make the programs more accessible for low-income survivors, increase efforts to address the digital divide, ensuring internet access for all New York City residents, advocate for an automatic cost of living adjustment and $21 hour wage floor for all city-funded human service workers, improve efficiency and payment schedule of the city contracting process, and advocate for improved language access in New York City courts. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Before I turn to the last panel, I'd like to ask council members who have any questions for this panel to use the raise hand function in Zoom. Seeing no hands, I will turn to the last panel. And if I have inadvertently missed anyone, please also use the raise hand function in Zoom so that we can get you in. First, on this panel, we will hear from Maureen Curtis.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful to Chair Caban and her colleagues for holding this hearing today. My name is Maureen Curtis. I'm the Vice President of Criminal Justice Programs for Safe Horizon, which is the largest nonprofit victim services organization. I'm going to just give you a couple of highlights from our testimony, and we'll submit the written testimony at a later time. First, pressure on survivors. The burden of proof falls on survivors. Society still asks, why did they stay? Or why did they make that choice? We collectively put too much pressure on survivors, even though survivors are navigating complex situations and often competing demands. Our systems expect survivors to sacrifice, possibly give up everything to access short-term solutions. Limited options. Too often, the systems we rely on to respond to violence offer a one-size-fits-all approach. Safety, healing, and justice looks different for every survivor. Rather than a one-size-fits-all approach to public safety, survivors need the city to invest in a range of safe, viable options so they can make their own decisions and navigate their path forward. Issues with city services. City agencies must be fully accountable to survivors. That includes acknowledging when policies cause hardship, racial harm, and traumatization. Systems that provide aid must not cause further trauma. Economic justice. Economic stability and independence are foundational to safety. So many survivors don't have the choice to leave their abusive partner, even if they want to, due to economic reasons rooted in systemic racism and sexism. Survivors need meaningful workforce development and educational opportunities and low barrier direct microgrants that prioritize choice, flexibility, and timeliness. Compensation. In the aftermath of a crime, survivors and their families often turn to victims' compensation funding. However, in order to be eligible for such funding, survivors must report their harm to law enforcement or the courts. Safe Horizon is a member of the steering committee of the Fair Access to Victim Compensation campaign and strongly supports the resolution on today's agenda. This legislation would expand eligibility for victims by expanding the type of evidence that victims may use to show that a crime occurred. Access to shelter. The emergency domestic violence shelter system was configured for families. Most rooms are designed to hold a family of 2, 3, or more. Single adults seeking safety in a DV shelter then face significant obstacles in obtaining this needed program. Similarly, shelter placements are difficult to secure for large families with many children. And last, access to affordable permanent housing. For too many survivors, safe, stable, affordable housing remains out of reach. We must build more affordable housing and more supportive housing units quickly. We must create and invest in low barrier accessible financial supports for New Yorkers that aren't delayed by bureaucracy and burdensome requirements. Thank you again for holding this hearing, and let's take this opportunity to improve our systems and expand options for survivors. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Leah Faria.
Good afternoon, all the council members and everyone in attendance this afternoon. My name is Leah Farry, and I am the community organizer with the Women's Community Justice Association, an advocacy group led by justice impacted women and family members in New York. WCJA is leading the hashtag Beyond Rosie's campaign, which has 3 goals: close the Rosalynn Singer Center on Rikers Island before the city's planned 2027 deadline, decarcerate the population to under 100, and secure a humane, centrally loaded, standalone facility, a women's center for justice for the small remaining population at either Lincoln or Bayview Correctional Facility in Manhattan. Many women and gender expansive people at the Rosalynn Singer Center end up there because they have suffered from abuse and trauma. An estimated 77% are domestic violence survivors. I am one of them. When I was sent to Rosie's, I was a traumatized survivor of domestic violence, and the dehumanizing treatment at the Rosalynn Singer Center only made things worse. The trauma-informed care and the unique resources I needed back then was not provided to me, and is not provided to the domestic violence survivors detained at Rikers today. The mothers, sisters, and daughters at the Rosalynn Singer Center are the backbones of New York's families and communities, but have been treated as an afterthought. This small population of under 250, who make up only 4% of the Rikers population, is scheduled to be among the last groups to leave under the city's plan to shut down the jail complex by 2027. On October 13, 2021, Governor Kathy Hochul and the city started transferring people from Rikers to State Prison in Westchester to address the humanitarian crisis. 4 months later, they are being sent back to Rikers without any progress for their safety or well-being. Keeping the Rosalynn Singer Center open for 5 more years is bad enough. But what is more upsetting is that women and gender expansive people would be relocated to a place that is potentially even worse. The borough-based jail plan will place them in a Kew Gardens facility where they would share spaces and staff with the male population. Best practices recommend full sight and sound separation from men to reduce re-traumatization, but the entrance, medical site, and recreation areas would be shared at Kew Gardens. In addition, there is no dedicated staff for the women and gender expansive people, threatening to replicate conditions that made Rikers among the 12 worst jails in the nation for sexual assault, according to the Department of Justice. Many at the Rosalynn Singer Center would be located even farther from their families at the Kew Gardens facility. A major goal of the borough-based jail plan was to keep people closer to their communities, and that will be the case for most men, but not for women. Manhattan is where the greatest number of women at Rikers are charged, and families who reside there will be facing long commutes and multiple public transportation transfers to visit their loved ones. Women and gender expansive people need a more readily accessible, centrally located facility that is separate from men. When the city council passed the borough-based jail plan in 2019, it included a points of agreement to study the feasibility of a standalone, more centrally located facility. Former New York Chief Judge Jonathan Lippman, chair of the Rikers Commission and the Mayor's Social Justice Commission, recommended using a closed correctional site, either Lincoln in Harlem or Bayview in Chelsea, for this purpose. The state can transfer one of those sites to the city and create a new model for justice and safety that sets the stage for closing the rest of Rikers. The Women's Community Justice Association and supporters are calling for Lincoln and Bayview to be transformed into a women's center for justice that focuses on gender responsive services, family reunification, and community safety. Using a re-entry at entry approach, successful reintegration will be the goal from day one. This will be a place that breaks the cycle of incarceration and puts women, gender expansive people, and children on a pathway to wellness and success. As members of New York City Council, we urge you to ask Mayor Eric Adams and Governor Kathy Hochul to secure Lincoln or Bayview for a Women's Center for Justice. We hope you will join the hashtag Beyond Rosie's campaign to begin this process of healing survivors, repairing families, and enhancing public safety. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Teal Nzuza.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Teal Inzunza, and I am the Program Director of the Economic Empowerment Program at the Urban Resource Institute, which is the largest DV shelter provider in the country. And I am also the co-chair of the Domestic Violence and Economic Justice Task Force. Domestic violence is the most common reason for an individual or a family to enter shelter in New York City. Unfortunately, there are not enough beds to accommodate every survivor who needs one, and the city's number of beds for singles remain insufficient, resulting in survivors often having to wait to be placed into shelter, and waiting can be dangerous for a survivor. For survivors who enter the DV shelter system through the DHS intake shelter and are assessed by NOVA, that process can be long and traumatic. DHS intake shelters are often well-known locations to abusers since they are the place where most people enter the shelter system, resulting in them being an easy place for an abusive partner to find a survivor. Secondly, most DV survivors report that they will not leave an abusive partner unless they are able to take their pet with them. Yet URI is the only shelter provider in New York City that permits survivors and their pets to live and heal together in shelter through our PALS program. While we're grateful to for the different housing programs that are offered throughout New York City for survivors, there are many issues that occur when survivors try to access these programs. Firstly, the program eligibility requirements are often limiting. For example, most programs require a survivor to be in shelter or to have an active public benefits case in order to qualify and to have access to permanent housing. These programs are often only available to documented survivors, leaving no options for those who are undocumented. Research has often found that even with a voucher, most survivors are still unable to find housing due to their credit, which is often damaged by the perpetrator as a tactic of abuse. Additionally, survivors have very little time to look for housing. There are not enough affordable apartments available for those in need, and they often experience landlord discrimination. Research has also found that during the COVID-19 pandemic, survivors in New York experienced heightened issues accessing public benefits at a higher rate than other states. Survivors often apply for public benefits and are often denied, and then have to wait a very long time for a fair hearing. This process is slow and opaque, leaving survivors without the necessary benefits like SNAP for weeks at a time, meaning that a family or an individual could go hungry. Many studies have shown that nearly all DV survivors experience economic abuse, resulting in long-term financial and economic impacts throughout a survivor's life. These findings demonstrate a critical need for additional programming and funding for economic empowerment programs to serve survivors. Currently, there are several programs throughout the city, but they're not able to keep up with the needs that are present. Thank you so much for having me today, and we look forward to collaborating in the future.
Thank you for your testimony. Last on this panel, we will hear from Takina Chaudhary. You may begin when the sergeant gives you the cue.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of New York City Council and all the other panelists. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Womankind and the survivors we have the privilege of serving. My name is Takina Chaudhary, and I'm the Associate Director of Helpline and Residential Programs at Womankind. We are here today as a culturally humble, gender-based violence organization with over 4 decades of experience to provide insight on the barriers our communities face while accessing survivor services and victim compensation funds. Womankind uses the multidimensionality of our Asian heritage to work alongside survivors of gender-based violence as they build a path to healing. We provide culturally relevant and linguistically accessible services to survivors in 18+ Asian languages. Many of the survivors we serve face legal, institutional, and societal barriers to accessing services. Specifically, accessing services in crime victims' compensation is tied to reporting cases to law enforcement. Survivors, especially immigrant low-income Asian survivors, are less likely to report cases to formal resources and instead rely upon their respective community for support. Early on in 2021, in order to comprehensively understand the barriers to accessing these funds, we conducted an organization-wide survey of Womankind advocates. Our findings show that many survivors are unable to or choose not to seek solutions through the criminal legal system. Many are hesitant and fearful of involvement with the police, and there is often a cultural and linguistic disconnect. In some cases, survivors' interactions with the police lead to greater harm associated with criminalization and re-victimization. In addition, the process to file a claim has been difficult to understand and lengthy for our clients. During COVID-19, these barriers have been further heightened as Asian and survivor communities are disproportionately impacted by the economic downturn and rise in anti-Asian violence. We call on New York City Council's Committee on Women and Gender Equity to support womankind and the survivors we serve by increasing equitable access to vital services and expanding eligibility for victims and survivors of crime to access victim compensation funds. We also believe in deepening investment in community-based organizations that serve as the entry point of access and ongoing culturally and linguistically accessible support for many in our communities. These steps would go a long way in promoting healing, preserving safety, and ensuring that survivors are provided much needed support as they navigate increasingly challenging circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have now heard from everyone that has signed up to testify. We appreciate your time and presence. If I have inadvertently missed anyone that would like to testify, please use the raise hand function in Zoom and I will call you in the order of hands raised. Antonia Clemente, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Antonia Clemente. I am the Executive Director of the Healing Center and founder. My pronouns is ella, she, hers. And I want to thank this City Council Committee on Women and Gender Equity for this hearing, and particularly Council Member Caban. So 3 things I want to say: who we are, why we are, and what needs to be done to move forward. So the Healing Center, we're an organization that is located in Southwest Brooklyn. We provide direct services to victims and survivors of domestic violence, gender-based violence. We provide supportive counseling, support groups through what is called El Cafecito, safety planning, advocacy, referrals, immigration, and other legal counsel. We make referrals. We have a children's program called the High Five Children's Program for children ages 5 to 10 who are affected by domestic violence. We have a teen program called Daughters of the Lotus for teen girls, where they can find a safe space where this program engages youth through expressive art, community organizing, and self-discovery. We also do work around elder justice in the Latino community. We work with faith communities. We provide community education and outreach, and we're also the sponsors of the New York City Teen Dating Violence Awareness Walkathon. I share that because as an organization, we're an organization that has grown organically, has grown based on the needs of the community, on the families who have come to see us, the families that we serve. And for me, accessing services at the ground level is very, very important. At the end of the day, many victims and survivors are looking for services within their communities. They don't want to take a train. They don't want to go somewhere else. Many want to stay within the community. And we know that that's a fact. During the pandemic, many families were looking for services within the community. They weren't taking no trains. They weren't going anywhere. They were staying in their community. We were open during the pandemic. And we realized that many of the families that we were working with had the same needs that they had even prior to the pandemic. So the pandemic only made things worse because there was not so much accessibility. So it's important that New York City Council begins to look at organizations at the ground level that are bilingual, bicultural, that are culturally sensitive to communities, and how funding is trickled down to organizations that are providing direct services. Many of the families that we service are not families that are calling the police, are not families that are going to the Family Justice Center, are not families who are going to other services because they're not aware of the services that are available. So I think that New York City Council, it's important that New York City Council begins to look at initiatives that they can expand and that services will stay within the community. The Dove Initiative was a good initiative, is a good initiative of how we got started to work at the ground level, at the community level. And I think it's very important that that initiative be expanded. $11 million that goes to the Dove Initiative, shame on New York City. Every person I've heard since this afternoon evidences the need of the services that are needed in our city. $11 million for Dove is not enough money. So I think that the New York City Council needs to look more to how do we add more funding into the Dove initiative. One. Number two, we do elder enhancement. That's another population we don't talk about. Elder abuse in our communities. How our older people are accessing services on elder abuse. It was only a few $100,000s that went into the elder enhancement project against abuse with older people. We need to expand those services, and we need to continue to expand services at the ground level, at the grassroots level, because like I said, and just to reiterate, at the end of the day, people in the community want to be looking and knocking on services that are within the community. It is community-based organizations that make the connections where clients and individuals can connect with, whether it's legal, whether it's the Family Justice Center, what are their needs based on their needs. So I am asking this council to please look at how more funding can be at the ground level. And maybe even the city council needs to look how much funding is really going to organizations that are culturally sensitive and culturally that are bilingual and bicultural. What percentage of our city budget goes into grassroots organizations at the ground level? So thank you for your time. And I look forward to partnering and continuing our conversations.
Thank you for your testimony. We have now heard from everyone that has signed up to testify. Once again, we appreciate your time and presence. I will now turn it to Councilmember Riley.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you to everybody who testified today. Thank you to the sergeants and the council. Thank you to everyone who testified. Your testimony was really appreciated, and we really will take everything into account. And on behalf of Chair Caban and behalf of the Committee on Women and Gender Equity, this hearing is hereby adjourned. Thank you.